My name is Councillor Heady and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee, taking place at 5:32 on the 24th of March. Okay, so we'll just check we have all committee members present first of all. So Councillor Davies, Vice Chair.
Present.
Councillor Ashton. Councillor Copley.
Present.
Councillor Gilderdale.
Present.
Councillor Hawke, who I think is joining on the live stream. Are you present? Yeah, he said yeah. So obviously because Councillor Hawke's joining on the live stream, he'll be able to participate in the debates but won't be able to vote today. Councillor Payne.
Here, Chair.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Power.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Shield. And Councillor Sweeney. Okay, and apologies were received from Councillor Begent. We're also joined today by the Executive Councillor for Communities, Councillor Smith, and the Executive Councillor for Open Spaces, Sustainable Food and Community Wellbeing, Councillor Collis. The Executive Councillor for Climate Change, Environment and City Centre, Councillor Rosie Moore, is also joining us this evening by video link and will be contributing to items within her agenda. In relation to decisions, as Councillor Moore is not present in the chamber, as set out in the Constitution, the decision will be accepted after members have voted, either by the leader or the deputy leader, if the leader is not present in the room. So the officers permanently at the table for this meeting today are Director of Enterprise and Sustainable Development, Fiona Bryant, and the Committee Manager, James Goddard, and the producer, Boris Herzog. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the evening, and I'll introduce them at the start of the relevant agenda items. So some housekeeping announcements first of all. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. For those in the chamber, please ensure you've silenced any devices. When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on, and when you finish speaking, please turn off your microphone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving your hands. In relation to those officers and councillors participating via the live stream, can you indicate that you wish to speak via the raised hand option? Please do not use the chat column. Please mute microphones unless you're invited to speak. Could public speakers please turn off their cameras until we come to the relevant agenda item you've registered to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present at the table will take over their presentation report and respond to questions. So the process for each agenda item will be, first of all, the relevant officer will give a brief introduction to their report. Second, the scrutiny committee will then discuss the item and may ask questions of the officer and/or executive officer for clarification. Then, at the end of the deliberation, I'll ask the committee to vote by a show of hands on the officer's recommendation. In the event of a tied vote, I'll have the casting vote as chair. At this stage, the executive councillor will then be asked to make their decision. If the view of the executive councillor differs from the view of the scrutiny committee, the decision will be deferred to the leader of the council. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I'll halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So before we get started, I want to outline how we'll be dealing with public questions in the meeting tonight. We've received a large number of public questions, so we'll be dealing with the two public art questions in item 4, and then in relation to the general public questions in item 10, we'll be allowing 30 minutes in total for questions and answers. I'll be taking them in the order by which they were received, and any questions we don't get to tonight will be minuted and a response will be sent by email after the meeting. I envisage we won't get through all of the questions as we've had so many tonight. So I want to be clear on the process at the outset so people aren't waiting a long time to speak and disappointed if they don't. We've also added late speakers to the list. So moving on to agenda item 2. Please could councillors declare if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which item their declaration relates to. No? Okay, so moving on to agenda item 3. But no minutes of previous meeting have been submitted to the meeting for approval. And I just want to say on this, our officers are under a lot of pressure at the moment. Their workload has quadrupled because of the hybrid setup. And they're under a lot of pressure. So I just want to just kind of mark that, and that's why we haven't received the minutes. And I also just wanted to say on a personal note, I was really disappointed today to see 3 amendments appearing at lunchtime on the day of the committee meeting. You know, all of us here in this room, most of us are either working full-time or carers or women with families or whatever. And I just don't think it's appropriate. And, you know, when the papers have been published a week ago, that they're coming in at this later stage. And I also just want to say about the impact that that has on officers. It might be done as a political move to us, given them at the last minute, but actually it's the officers who have to run around on the day of the meeting trying to put everything together. And I just would ask councillors to be mindful of the impact when they're doing things like that, because it's the officers who have to deal with them at the last minute. And I would ask them to reflect on the impact on their well-being. So, moving on to agenda item 4. So we'll take 2 public speakers who've registered questions under the communities portfolio, and then we'll move on to officer reports. So it's great to see some new speakers here today, and I'll run through the process. Public speakers have 3 minutes to speak, with an additional 2 minutes for follow-up questions. The committee manager will advise you when you reach 3 minutes. If a person is not able to attend to ask a question, an officer may read it on their behalf, time permitting. After addressing the committee, public speakers are welcome to stay and listen to the rest of the meeting, but do not have to do so. Public speakers are not entitled to address the committee at any other point in the meeting. Should a member of the public try to speak at a point they're not permitted to, they'll be asked to stop by the chair. If the member of the public continues to speak or disrupt the meeting, they'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please note that our public speaking scheme provides that the chair may also discourage repetition and limit rights of address if more than one member of the public wishes to make a similar point. The chair may determine the order in which questions and statements may be put, and the chair has final decision on the interpretation of the public speaking rules. Okay, so first of all, can I invite Cameron Holloway to ask your question? You have 3 minutes. Is Cameron here?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Many residents I've spoken to in Newnham are concerned at the proposal for a new artwork on Sheep's Green. A number of people are worried that an artificial structure does not fit well with the current natural appearance of the bank, and they're also worried about the potential impact on biodiversity of the proposals. Residents understand, of course, that public artwork by its nature does not have to be universally popular, but it does seem there is a high level of opposition to this particular proposal. I've encouraged as many people as possible to respond to the consultation, but can you reassure residents from Newnham and from across the city that their views will be taken into account and that, if necessary, the proposals will be rethought? Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Can I ask the officer or executive councillor to respond? Councillor Anna Smith.
Yeah, I think I'm jumping in first on that, and then I know there are at least 2 officer colleagues here, if necessary, to come in with anything I've missed. And it is very bizarre because I can see myself on the screen and kind of up there as well. So apologies if I look a bit discombobulated by that, Cameron. But thank you, first of all, Cameron, for your question. And thank you for taking the time to come and represent the views of local residents where you live. And thank you too, I really appreciate you encouraging engagement with the consultation. That's really important. We want to see as many people engage with that as possible. So thank you. I could give you a very short answer and then shut up. I'll give you the short answer and then give you a bit more detail as well, because the short answer is yes. We will absolutely take the consultation into account. It would be incredibly foolish to consult on a concept and then not respond to the consultation that we get in. So that's the short answer. But I will say a little bit more because I think that might be helpful. So as a context for this piece, it's part of a larger commission, which committee approved back in 2016. And that was a result of quite significant pressure, public pressure at the time, to create a permanent piece of art which celebrated our river, and especially the role of town, rather than just gown, in shaping the history of our city and its relationship with the river. And for that reason, both the Museum of Cambridge and the conservators of the CAM have been heavily involved in this project as part of the steering group. I think it's important to emphasise that S106 public art funds must be used for that purpose. So by law, if we don't use them for public art, after a certain period of time, they must be returned to the developer. And personally, of course, and I'm sure we'd all agree in this chamber, I don't want to be handing developers back their money. And I say that because I know that every time we talk about public art, we get requests to use the funds potentially for something different, such as a food justice project or a biodiversity project, and that simply isn't possible. If S106 art funds are drawn for public art, they must be used for public art or returned. But it is, however, why our artist has worked hard to consider the environmental role of the art all the way down the project. So this particular piece, this particular concept being proposed now is being designed to help strengthen the bank against erosion. And one of the previous pieces, Knit for the River, which built on the history of the Cambridge textile industry, involved over 100 Cambridge residents knitting over 400 small squares from undyed organic wool, and those squares were sewn together to form several larger knitted blankets that were then installed in the CAM to support the natural environment as part of the regeneration programme to rebuild the eroded land. So there's a strong attempt to make this something that is appropriate to maintaining biodiversity in our environment. And that's been done, obviously, with the full collaboration of the biodiversity officer. With regard to this piece, we extended the consultation period to ensure that everyone possible could contribute. And it was people like yourself asking to make sure that we had that space that allowed that to happen. So thank you. We've yet to analyse the responses fully. I'm informed that there is a wide range of opinion, from the very positive to the very negative, expressed in those consultations. And so I want to make it clear, I'll take this opportunity, that contrary to an article that appears to have come into the local press, we are not making a decision on this piece of art tonight. We will not make a decision until the responses have been properly analysed, and then we will absolutely take a decision as to whether the current proposal is continued, reworked, or a new proposal is developed. And I am happy to be absolutely clear with you that if the responses are overwhelmingly negative and the concerns would not be met by some kind of rework of the concept, we will be looking to go back and develop a new concept proposal. And that new proposal would be subject to a further informal consultation, be scrutinised by our public art panel, and the final proposal would then go to formal consultation prior to going to planning committee, assuming that it is a physical piece. And I just wanted to finish as well by acknowledging Caroline Wright, the artist, because I think this has probably been quite a tough couple of weeks for her. And she has been working really, really hard on this project over quite a considerable period of time. And I want to acknowledge the work that she is putting in and say thank you to her for that work. So Cameron, if you have any follow-up, really happy to answer.
No, that's great. Thanks very much, Anna.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Do officers want to come in? Okay. Cameron, would you like to ask a follow-up question? You have 2 minutes if you want to ask a follow-up question.
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move on to the next question. Can I invite the next speaker, Jean Glassberg, to ask your question? And again, you have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. Some of my points were answered there, but not completely. So I'm speaking on behalf of both the Federation of Cambridge Residents Association and the Friends of the River Cam, and regarding the recommendation 2.3 to allocate between £80,000 and £150,000 to the river project. So this is supposed to be a public work of art and based on interaction with local people and groups. The brief was to explore the river's relationship to the foundation of Cambridge as a city, its ecology and social history, through research and community engagement and activity. Yet there has been no communication or involvement with any of the city residents' associations or friends groups, including the Friends of the Cam. The response to the recent consultation that we've had has been overwhelmingly negative, with people from across the city asking how was the local community creatively engaged and who were the stakeholders that were involved in the development of this project. The Declaration of the Rights of the River Cam, which was made on the 21st of June 2021, states that in sharing rights with rivers, we show our determination to end the human exploitation of nature and instead to live in harmony with it. The river speaks for itself. It doesn't need gold decoration for people to appreciate its beauty. And Sheep's Green is a city nature reserve that's part of the river corridor that stretches from Grantchester into the heart of the city. The metal piling that supports the riverbank here is not beautiful, but it's functional and unobtrusive, and it allows people to enjoy the natural landscape. The river and the view here are loved by many residents, and they do not need enhancing. The work itself shows a very superficial understanding of the importance of the river to Cambridge as a city. It doesn't illustrate its ecology and the social history in a way that is accessible to the general public. Who looking at this from the opposite bank will be able to even see the lace patterns, let alone make any connection with the university and the laundresses who wash the dirty linen here? There's clear symbolism in fake gold being used to decorate a river that's polluted and dying due to over-abstraction from the chalk streams which support it, because of the major overdevelopment taking place in this region. Putting growth ahead of well-being is harmful in social as well as environmental terms, and is contributing to an inequality that's shown by the exploitation of the laundresses who toiled here for the university. So, can I say my question? Yeah? Oh, sorry. This proposal shows a complete lack of understanding of both the natural environment and what it is that people value about the river and this very special landscape. There seems to be a misguided focus on what would be a visitor attraction. The project has failed to engage the community as required in the brief, and the public response so far to the resultant work of art shows clearly that it's felt to be harmful to the river and nature reserve rather than preserving and enhancing them.
Sorry, you're out of time now. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I ask the question?
You're out of time, sorry.
Okay.
Councillor Smith, are you going to respond?
Sorry, it always takes a little longer to do that because I've got to get the mask off and then it makes my glasses fall off as well. So apologies for that little wait, Jean, and I'm sorry I can't see you kind of eye to eye, but I can see you on my screen. So I did see you making your speech, and it's really nice to see you here this evening. So thanks for your question. Thanks for taking the time to come and represent your members' views. I did also see your question, so I will also refer to some of the issues you raise in your final question. But I'll also address some of the issues that you raise in your preamble. I'm just skipping a little bit because I realise that I've kind of made the same notes for both answers and nobody wants to hear the same thing said twice, so I won't give the context of the project again. I'm not going to comment on the kind of pros and cons of the piece of art as a piece of art, because I think we probably all disagree on what art is, and that is I think the wonderful thing about art. And I gave a talk to the Cannes Network conference earlier in the week where I spoke about my early experiences as a young child who couldn't afford to go to galleries, interacting with the Henry Moore Family Group in Harlow, and I'm sure there were people in Harlow that detested it, but for me it was really powerful. And so I'm not going to get into whether it's a good bit of art or not, because I think that's, quite frankly, if a piece of art doesn't inspire that debate, it's probably not a good piece of art. But I do want to talk a little bit more broadly around the issues of the way that this art engagement has happened and the way the project has been set up. So as I mentioned before, the project has a steering group, and that includes the Conservators of the CAM and the Museum of Cambridge. And we are also discussing how we might extend the diversity of that steering group further at the next stage. For instance, we might want to think about introducing a young person's representative. So we really think about how that project can be steered in a way that really supports our city. So that's part of the way that there's an engagement. Another part of it is the way that we've set this up, because Caroline has been resident in our community for extensive parts of this project, which has allowed her to do extensive and deep engagements with the community during that time. Now, I think it's important to say that public art engagement is not often done in the form of surveys, but in terms of events and co-creation work. Listen to me trying to sound like an artist, but I think that's about right, which seek to reach out into our community in a variety of ways and discuss with people what the river means to them. And in fact, with quite a lot of the earlier pieces of co-creation and workshopping, that was absolutely the question that was being asked. What does the river mean to you as a resident in our city? And that's been a really key part of the consultation work and the engagement work all the way through. Now, if you're interested, I've got a 3-page list of all the different consultation and engagement events that have taken place. I won't cover them all now, you'll be delighted to know, but I will come up with some examples. So, for example, as part of the CHIPS summer programme, there was working with families and discussing both with children and with older family members what the river meant to them. There was also an engagement with nearly 2,000 people as part of the Cambridge Pride event, and I could list huge other parts, and all the other bits that have come into this, like Flow, like Knit for the River, have all been around workshopping and listening and co-creating and developing. But it has also included several more formal conversations with key groups who are connected particularly with the river or its history. Now, those discussions took place right at the beginning of the project. So they included, for example, the Cam Boaters, the Cam Conservators, the Cam Valley Forum, the Wildlife Trust, the Cambridge History Festival. Now, I think it's important to say the Friends of the Cam didn't exist at that point, or they would absolutely have been on the list at that point. But I understand that Caroline has subsequently had an extended meeting with them. There is not an attempt to cut out the Friends of the Cam. In terms of the more formal consultations, which follow the development of the artistic concept, which is where we are now, the consultation that's just finished is absolutely part of that process. That's part of the consultation. Now, I can't say for certain that the results were overwhelmingly negative because they haven't been fully collated and analysed, and I wouldn't want to preempt that. And just to repeat, we are not making a decision on that concept today. And that decision gets made ultimately by the Public Art Panel. That is its role. However, were the results to be overwhelmingly negative, we would clearly want to look at what that meant. Would the concerns be met by reworking the proposals? Would they be met by going back to develop something new? Either way, there would need to be further informal public consultations like the one we've just had. The Public Art Panel, which is open to outside attendees and questioners, should people want to get involved and have a listen, would also be considering the work, and the steering group clearly will remain involved, and of course the Executive Councillor too. And obviously as well, we have a really excellent officer team also supporting us on this. Now finally, assuming, as I said to Cameron, assuming this remains a physical installation of some kind, the piece will go to formal planning consultation and the final decision will therefore be made via the planning committee. Now, I know that you were concerned, Jean, about the additional money that's being allocated, so just wanted to give a little bit of context around that. In 2016, because this was a very big project, this committee looked at the proposals for the project and authorised £450,000 for it. Now, I'm going to give a non-technical summary of this. There are officers in the room who could give a more technical response to this if I get anything slightly wrong. But basically, it was subsequently decided that initially would in effect only draw down 120,000 of that. And other monies were at that point deallocated until clearer proposals had been developed. That's really standard with S106 proposals. Money needs to be kind of shifted around kind of to keep it alive in effect. So the current reallocation takes us to around about half of what this committee already authorised back in 2016. And that was to reflect the fact that we wanted this to be something significant and to leave something that was permanent. So what we're doing tonight is not saying, yes, we sign off on a concept where we haven't even finished looking at the consultation responses yet. What are we saying tonight is that if that money is needed, we know it will be there to progress it. And importantly, I think, and this is really important to emphasise, if we decide that this particular concept cannot go ahead because of the consultation responses, we're going to be even more in need of that additional allocation. So making this allocation is not preempting that we will go ahead with the existing concept. We will need that money even more if we have to change tack. Now, I'm sure that no one in this room would want us to go ahead with an unpopular proposal because we didn't have the funds to make those changes. So these funds are important. And as ever, there will be a strong scrutinisation all the way through that. And if you haven't met our officers who will be involved in scrutinising that, including our S106 officer, I can absolutely give you a cast iron guarantee that the scrutiny will be extremely tight on the effective spending of that money. So I hope that answers some of the points you raised and also the point I know that you wanted to raise, Jean, and I'm very happy to take a follow-up, Chair, if that is something you'd wish to allow.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. So Jean, if you would like to ask a follow-up question, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, I would, because you have mentioned that there was a lot of consultation, but the Federation of Cambridge Residents Association has links with over 100 residents associations and friends groups across the whole city. They're all known to the council, but there's been no attempt to work with any of them on this project, including the Friends of Sheep's Green, who you would really expect to be specifically included and involved in this. The Council's public art strategy and manifesto is also on this agenda, and it does lay great emphasis on community engagement and consultation, and I'm really not at all convinced that that has happened on this project. But a lot of people have now given their views on the project in the consultation. It did only end last week, and I think it's really important to now take time to listen to what they've said, and it would make sense to defer this decision until there is a full report on the feedback that has been received. I just wonder, would any of you really be happy to vote through such a large and unspecific amount of money, public money, for this one project, when you don't know at all what the people that you represent actually think about it? It's too premature, and you should wait to find out. Thank you.
Just before I hand over to Councillor Smith, I just want to be clear, we're not voting on anything tonight in terms of the decision, so I just want to be really clear about that. Councillor Smith, do you want to respond?
Yes, and I just want to absolutely reinforce again, we are not voting on this piece of public art tonight. We are simply making additional funds available for as and when the decision is made. I think there's just a couple of things I'd want to clarify and also to reassure. First of all, the way that the allocation of funds for public art works has always been that we approve the project at the beginning, and we don't kind of bring every public art project at its close back to this committee. That's the role of the public art panel. So there will be scrutiny of that final piece, but it happens in the public art panel, which is a fantastic panel, and I'm happy to kind of give you more information about that. You're right that the way that the public engagement has worked to date has largely not been about going around individual groups and running specific events in each group, but running events that are open to all and trying to be as welcoming as possible to all. Now, I'm absolutely sure, and I haven't had a specific discussion with our public art officer about this, but I'm sure she would agree that we'd be very happy to ensure that any further engagement events are publicised through the FECRA network, so that any FECRA member who wishes to attend those engagement events is incredibly welcome to do so. The idea of this is not to limit, it is to be open to everyone in the city, and I'm sure that we can have a dialogue about how we can make sure that that is communicated and further engagement events are communicated as effectively and usefully as possible, so that people really do have the chance to participate in those co-creation and engagement events. The other thing I just want to emphasise is that this is the point where we're having those kind of more formal dialogues, where we're starting to kind of put out a concept, seeing what people say, inviting responses, and then absolutely we are not going to make a snap decision on this. We are aided in this regard by the fact that we're just about to go into a pre-election period, and that means we couldn't, even if we wanted to, come out with something in a couple of weeks' time. So we'll have plenty of time to look at the proposals and then to make decisions about where we go from there, with our steering group, with the public art panel, obviously with myself. Happy to talk to chair and spokes as well, if that's something that would be helpful, of course. But I think it's important just to emphasise that we are not making a decision on the art piece tonight. We're simply making the funding available, because whatever happens, whether we go ahead with the current proposal or whether we change that proposal, we will need to release the next tranche of funds for it. If we just knock everything on the head and don't complete, that money doesn't get spent on this project, and we have to find that money for that project from council funds somewhere else. So we absolutely have to ensure that this project is completed. So we're not making a decision on that specific concept tonight. The money is there to support whatever piece happens next. And I just want to finish again by saying thank you to Caroline, because she's been really, really good at trying to engage with as many people as possible, and her flexibility and her sanguine approach. You know, you've got to be quite thick-skinned. I think it's a bit like being in politics when you're an artist. You know, people aren't all going to love your work. And I want to thank Caroline for the fact that she's been really, really good in hearing all this criticism in a really reflective way, as we'd expect from a really good artist. So thank you, Caroline.
Councillor Smith. So that concludes the public questions in the communities section. So we're moving on now to agenda item 5, the future leisure management arrangements. So the presenting officers are Alison Conder, Strategic Project Manager, and Ian Ross, supported by Debbie Kay. Please could the officers introduce this item? Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair. So I lead the report here. It's a 3-part report on the proposed approach to completing review of the leisure portfolio and an extension of the leisure contract, an update on the Jesus Green Lido season, and an update on the decarbonisation works at Abbey and Parkside Pools. We're asking the Exec Council to agree the proposal for completing the strategic review of the leisure services and to help inform the most optimal future leisure management arrangements for the Council. To also approve the officer recommendation to extend the current leisure management contract for 30 months to the 31st of March 2026 under the same terms and conditions, but for a reduced management fee. And also to note the findings of GLL for the review of the Jesus Green Lido and opening season that we've just had, and also to note update and progress for carbon reduction plans that we're undergoing at the Council's swimming pools. So Leisure Services has been externalised for over 30 years to 3 providers, with GLL Better currently running the facilities. The GLL contract is due to end in September 2023. However, the leisure industry is not yet fully emerged from the impacts of the COVID pandemic and remains in a period of sort of considerable volatility, with ongoing uncertainty and some service users still not back to pre-pandemic levels for attendances, and is not an opportune time to be entering into the marketplace with the service contract. It is likely to be considerable financial risk for mission and attender within the current marketplace and general uncertainties, where contractors are likely to submit high and extensively caveated management fee proposals to mitigate all kinds of recovery costs and risks. So officers have been in talks with GLL, who are agreeable to an extension for a 30-month period to the 31st of April 2026. This extension is on the same terms and conditions of the current contract. It will offer around a 16% saving on the current management fee, and will also seek to continue the Jesus Green summer and winter opening hours. We've enjoyed this last year. The time extension will also allow for the strategic review of the leisure portfolio and allow detailed options appraisals and works to be completed to inform the most optimal leisure management arrangement for the future, to include factoring in future growth in and around the city and the future needs of leisure, options for possible collaborative working, life cycle planning, and links into the Cambridge transformation programme. The second part of the report details the successful operation of the Jesus Green Lido over the last year. Having opened early in in April through to May, we have the extended season from May through to September, with daily opening from 7 AM to 7 PM, and then the extended winter offer from October through to March. These have all been very successful and actually seen the winter programme very well supported by many hardy cold water swimmers out there, especially when the temperatures have reached a low of 4.4 degrees, and we've still seen 125 swimmers attending sessions daily and around 1,500 visits per month in the last few months. So GLL are very pleased to support this, and has shown that they will seek to continue the same offer over the coming 2022 season with continued support from these very hardy pool users. The third part of the report updates on the current and nearly finished works at the pools, with a £1.7 million government grant we were awarded for Abbey and Parkside Pools. These works have seen the installation of several types of air source heat pumps, solar panels, building management systems, a range of LED lighting refits, digital air handling fans, and extensive pipework lagging. These works have combined savings of 2.6 million kilowatts per hour per annum, and also 520 tonnes of carbon savings per annum. And they are expected to reduce the council's footprint by 9% just with these works. We continue to work to decarbonise the portfolio further and develop more projects to apply for future funding rounds should they become forthcoming. And now we're happy to take any questions on this report.
Very much. So we're now going to move on to the debate portion. So I'll remind members if they'd like to speak to indicate their wish to do so by raising their hands, and I'll introduce you when it's your turn to speak. And can I also remind members to please put their phones on silent or switch them off? Thanks. Councillor Shield and then Councillor Beck.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the report, Ian. Really helpful and informative. I think that you have largely answered, it was part of your presentation, the question that I was going to ask, which was about take-up of the extended opening, the winter opening at Jesus Green. I'm delighted to hear that it's been so well attended and well used. That's fantastic. And I would also like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the GLL staff at the pool side, who are always so incredibly helpful and supportive, not just with health and safety issues, but with any technical issues, like, for example, the booking that we've had during the 2 years of COVID-19. I was delighted to be the one chosen to propose the extended hours last summer, and obviously I was nervous at the time that maybe, despite our enthusiasm, the public would feel a bit hesitant, but from what you're saying, it's been really positive and the take-up has been good. So if I could ask maybe a slightly different question, it's mentioned on page 9 in the 6th section devoted to Jesus Green Lido that GLL, in order to keep these arrangements going for the future, they will be seeking to secure extra funding. And I'm just interested to know how that search is going, because I, for one, would love to see a continuation of this great service, not just from a leisure standpoint. Obviously, it's a leisure report, but it is also health and quality of life. And so, yeah, well done on that. Well done on Jesus Green in particular. And yes, do we know how GLL are managing with that search for the extra funding to be able to continue? Thanks, Ian.
Okay, thanks. We'll take another question from Councillor Beck and then Councillor Hawke online. So we'll take them in groups of 3. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And as a non-committee member, thank you for letting me speak on this item. I'd like to make some comments on the part of the report that deals with the winter opening of the Jesus Green Lido, which is section 7 of the officer's report. It's 7. It's really great that we're all now competing to own the opening of Jesus Green Lido during the winter. When I proposed the motion that I did last summer, I was aware that I was implicitly setting myself a personal challenge. I'm not someone known particularly for rising to challenges of physical endurance or effort, but I can say today that I have swum in the Lido every week over the winter period, many weeks 2 or 3 times. So I wanted to offer some feedback on the experience itself. The Lido, first of all, is a unique social activity. It's really important for those who are isolated, and people do look to it as a form of social contact. People who don't know each other talk to each other like in few activities you could imagine. Some of this is poolside when it's cool, when it's warm enough to do that. Some of it is in the wonderful sauna where people are regaining the sense of having arms and legs after getting out of the water. The actual people behind the numbers stretch right across the age range, from students through to the middle-aged and the retired, and they do come from all walks of life, and I think that should be the source of some satisfaction to us. I asked some of them this last week what message they'd like to send to the council when it was reviewing the winter opening, as it is doing now. The overwhelming response was to say a big thank you. It was a really wise decision. It's been fantastic, and it's great to hear that the plan is to repeat it. To be more specific, the introduction of the floodlights have been a really great expedient during the hours of shorter daylight, and that's worked especially for those who are employed for fixed hours and can only go first thing in the morning or after work in the evening. And as the report indicates, the lights have enabled quite a new and exciting dimension to a swim. The sauna has been a lifeline in helping people warm up and, equally important, share their experiences. Those there have been from an Iron Woman triathlete who swims twice a day to people trying winter swimming for the first time. Word seems to have travelled fast that the Lido is open in the winter, and with perhaps a bit more help, it would travel even further, and that's something to think about, perhaps for the future. The refreshment kiosk run by Mary has also been an important support system. A swimmer herself, she dons her bobble hat and gets in just before the end of each session. The Better lifeguards have been brilliant throughout. They must surely have got cold pacing the side on some days, but they've been uniformly welcoming and supportive. And the Friends of Jesus Green Lido have been in evidence throughout, volunteering and organising poolside get-togethers. Someone told me that NASA use cold water swimming in their astronauts' training programs because of its contribution to immunity from infections. I have no idea whether this is true, but at worst it is a harmless belief, and at best an invaluable one in a time of contagion and pandemic. Someone else told me that an icy cold swim for them puts the complexities of life into perspective. And I think that for many participants, cold water swimming is a place where mental and physical health flow positively together. No doubt contributing to this is the serene and beautiful surroundings flanked by trees on Jesus Green, which you can of course enjoy as you swim the long, long length of the pool. There's one small practical request that I wanted to make for next year. It would be really helpful if the days of opening in the deep winter period, the December to March period, were spaced out a bit better. Sunday, Tuesday and Thursday would make so much more sense for users than Sunday, Monday and Thursday. And that's whether it's a question of pacing your exercise and your energy through the week or simply getting your trunks and wetsuit dry. It would be appreciated that the Better spacing would allow that if that could be managed within Better's overall staff planning. It doesn't require extra days, it's just different days. So to finish, this has been a big success. It's wonderful that it also pays for itself and that it can continue. It has set the imagination alight for new participants, which is what we should be all about. And in my opinion, there is a potential to build on this further as we approach the Lido's centenary next year. And I'd like to add my thanks to the council and Better and their staff who have made it possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beck. And can I please ask if councillors can try and be as concise as possible? We're trying to limit how much time we spend in the chamber. There are high COVID levels, so we can try and we want to try and get through. We have a lot to get through tonight. We can try and be as succinct as possible. That would be great. So Councillor Hawke on the live stream.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I just quickly check that I'm audible and, less importantly, visible?
Yep, you are.
Thank you. I've got a very quick question. In section 4.4, it says that there are savings from reduced contract management fees with GLL. And I'm just curious if that comes with any consequences, reduction in services or any other possibly negative consequences, or are they really just being nice?
Ian, can I pass on now to Ian? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully, again, you can hear me now. Yes, to answer the questions in order from Councillor Shield. The first bit is the extra funding is secured by GLL to the end of the 2023 season, and that is actually supporting the additional hours during the main summer season to open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The winter hours are actually supported by the cost that GLL would have spent in setting the pool down and then cleaning it out and getting it ready every season. So they're using their own maintenance funds to be able to continue usage of the pool throughout the winter season from there. So again, pending the recommendation support today to extend the season, GLL will then actively seek to secure the additional funding to carry the pool on for the opening hours to the end of the extended contract season, should it be approved. For Councillor Bick, yes, thank you very much for your comments, and again we'll pass those on to the GLL team and staff from there. And again, we can pass on the bit about the potential to look to relocate one or two of the hours there and actually spread them out a little bit. It has been, as you mentioned there, down to the lifeguarding availability that's been available this season. Again, with the pandemic recovery, lifeguards unfortunately have been quite short on the ground, as have swimming teachers. So this has actually impacted on what we could offer this season. But again, we've got more than enough time to look to potentially redress that for the coming season. And for Councillor Hawke, the savings have actually been made. A lot of it is the original investment that GLL made at the start of the contract. They had a lot of capital investment there for the gyms over at the pools, and so some of that is actually seeing that has been repaid in there. So it's a reduction off of the management fees in that because of the way that the capital financing has been done over the longer term contract term.
Thanks very much. And can I just ask, we have silence in the chamber when people are speaking. Thanks. I'd just like to ask a question as well, just in relation to the extension of the contract. What was the rationale not to open it up for public tender to give others a chance to bid? And was it in relation to possible delays and interruption in service? As I know that sometimes they can be quite lengthy processes. It would just be good to understand that. Thanks. Does anyone else have any questions? Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Just a really brief one. Thank you, Ian, for your detailed response. I just wanted to pick on something you mentioned then, which we also referred to in our briefing as well, about the challenge with recruiting lifeguards and swimming instructors. I just wondered if you could give us a bit of an overview of how that's affecting Cambridge at this point, and whether there's any kind of plans ahead for making sure that doesn't impact the recovery in future, as people obviously want to come back to using leisure facilities as much as possible. I recognise that's a challenge.
And Councillor Hawke, your hand's up. Is that a legacy hand or is that a new hand?
I'm sorry, it's an old hand.
Okay, great. So is that it? No other questions? No. So if you want to take those two, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the contract itself, this will give us a much longer term to look at a range of options appraisal. So it's not necessarily looking at externalisation there. There's a different ways and means of managing leisure services. And this extended time period will allow us to basically explore a complete and different range of opportunities that may be available within the marketplace. So again, the extension time will allow us to be able to do that and actually sort of be able to bring recommendations back in future committee cycles. And in regard to recruitment from there, GLL have been operating a lot of courses for lifeguards and also swimming teachers. So they have got some new staff coming on board and they continue to offer new courses. One of the main struggle is particularly with swimming teachers is that they can't teach until they've actually received a swimming level 2 award. So you have to actually do 2 types of courses for their foundation course and then a level 2 course to be able to take full lesson programs sort of by themselves without the oversight of other instructors there. So it is a little bit of a lengthy process to be able to do that. but again, GLL are offering a range of courses and classes on there. And again, they offer it free to people as well, who will then come and work for them in the future as well. Not only just here, there are other organisations sort of around Cambridgeshire, again, offering sort of courses. So there's an opportunity now to hopefully extend the offers we have for swimming teachers and be able to get back to as I say, pre-COVID levels. We're not too far off of those at the moment. The pool's operating sort of around sort of the 85 to 90% recovery now, coming back to those levels. But again, the addition of more swimming teachers will allow us to offer more flexibility across a range of sites, where we have some swimming teachers just operating across the 2 sites at the moment. But generally, yes, we welcome more swimming teachers into the industry, and lifeguards too.
Very much. So unless there's any further debate, we'll move on to the vote. In relation to the recommendations, can I have a show of hands for those in favour?
Nine, Chair.
Sorry, was that unanimous or was it? No,
It's not unanimous, Chair, because Councillor Houck is not voting.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. So those are carried. Does the Executive Councillor, Councillor Smith, approve of the recommendations?
I do, and I want to thank the officers for their work on this, and also looking back at the Lido, I want to thank GLL when they first approached us quite early last year with these ideas. It was just fantastic to hear that they wanted to open over the winter months, and I'm really thrilled that their suggestion has been taken on, that it's been worked on, and that it's been so successful. So thank you to our officers and to GLL for making that happen.
That's great, and yeah, thanks to the officers as well. So we're now going to move on to agenda item 6, extension to Storiesfield Community Centre contract for services. The presenting officer is Alison Condor, Strategic Project Manager, supported by Debbie Kay. Please could the officer introduce the item? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just checking I can be seen and heard before proceeding.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Thank you. This report concerns the City Council's contract to provide services for the operation and management of Storiesfield Community Centre. The Council agreed to enter into a 5-year contract with Storiesfield Centre Trust in June 2016 to manage and operate a new community centre called Storiesfield Centre in the Northwest Cambridge Eddington development, one of the major growth areas of the city. The Council agreed to do this because we already have skills and expertise within the City Council in managing community centre buildings across the city, and we agreed to provide support to the new trust to help establish a new community centre and the staff team to meet the needs of the new emerging local community in Eddington. It was always intended to be an interim arrangement, a medium-term arrangement, until the centre team were established, trained and working in the building, and also a centre programme had been established in consultation with the community as it emerged and was consulted within that local community. We agreed and signed a 5-year full cost recovery contract, which was due to end on the 30th of June 2021. And at the request of Storiesfield Centre Trust, we agreed to an 18-month extension which came through this committee and was approved. That extension was due to end on the 31st of December 2022. This was to enable Storiesfield Centre Trust to assess potential management options for the community centre. Storiesfield Centre itself is not located in an area of high need within the city, and in line with the City Council's corporate priorities around anti-poverty and the community centre strategy to prioritise council management and operation of community centres in areas of highest need in the city. We've now agreed with Storiesfield Centre Trust to transfer operation to a new operator. However, having confirmed that with them, they came back to request a further extension to the current contract from us to the 31st of March 2022 to ensure that they have sufficient time to manage the service transition smoothly for the trust, for the staff and centre users as well. We've agreed that we will still continue to aim for transfer of service by the 31st of December 2022 as originally agreed, but this extension helps manage the risk of any delays occurring. There are 7 staff who would be eligible for transferring to the new operator under TUPE regulation on their existing terms and conditions. We are therefore asking the Executive Councillor this evening to agree to extend the Council's contract for management services, if required by Storiesfield Centre Trust, until the 31st of March 2023, and to note the Council's management and operation of Storiesfield Centre will end on the 31st of March 2023, and the 8 council employee posts will then transfer under TUPE arrangement to an operator appointed by Storiesfield Centre. If there's an adjustment to that, we now have 7 council employee posts who will transfer under TUPE employed at the centre. So I'm now happy to take any questions for the report. Thank you.
Alison, do we have any questions? Councillor Parr, then Councillor Payne.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, this is obviously a good thing. It seems very sensible. I just wanted to check, when we TUPE over, so we move the staff from our contracts to whoever the new operator is, are we confident that obviously their conditions will be maintained and things like the living wage and all those kind of things will be upheld? I very much hope they will be, but I'd just like to check. Thank you.
Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Chair. As a Castle Ward councillor, just about Eddington, I want to say thank you to Alison and the team at Eddington for their work around the centre. It's been really fascinating over the last few years to see the Eddington community grow so quickly. And I think that all residents and people who had already been living in the ward really appreciate the really close community engagement with the Eddington and the communities team there. So thank you for that. And I agree that I think this is a really good and really sensible step. I just wanted to pick up on the item on in 3.2 in the background of the report, which refers to how after 12 years, the City Council will become responsible for 50% of the running costs of Eddington. Of Storiesfield Centre, fortunately not the whole of Eddington. Obviously the Storiesfield Centre's had quite a bumpy start, so as in the 3rd year of its inception we hit the pandemic, so I recognise it's very difficult to see what a usual set of income for the centre would be. But even with just the small figures here, you could see that it is looking like it'd be running at a loss and the operating cost is really quite high. I just wanted to ask about the sort of plans in place to try to make sure that we're not left picking up a deficit in 12 years' time when we move to that situation described in 3.2.
Alison, if you want to take those questions now, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Porrell, thank you for your question. Yes, the City Council staff, the 7 posts at Storiesfield Centre will transfer under their existing terms and conditions as part of the TUPE regulation to whoever the new operator is. So I can confirm that. And Councillor Payne, in terms of the 12 years and then the City Council's obligations kick in to meet 50% of the running costs for Storiesfield Centre. Although we're handing over the operation and management to a new operator for the building, we will continue to be a representative as part of working with the university and the trust around a sustainable business plan for Storiesfield Centre. So we'll retain a strategic interest in that and making sure that running costs are and income maximisation are maintained. And most community centres do tend to have a running cost. It is a community cost. It's a cost for actually having these facilities available in the community, but obviously we'll be looking to work very closely with the trust to make sure the business plan maximises income while still addressing the community needs in the local area. And we will continue to work on that with the trust and with the university directly.
Very much. Is there any further questions? Councillor Ashton.
Yeah, thank you. Just really a bit more detail about the financial impact, because the question was, what will the cost be to the council? And we haven't had a figure really to say what that cost is to the council.
So the Trust and University and City Council had developed a sustainable business plan, an agreed sustainable business plan for the centre when it opened in 2018. It hadn't completed its second year of operation, and when the COVID pandemic hit. So it's very difficult at this point in time to give a new benchmarked running cost for the building, but we will continue to work to develop a baseline, a benchmark for Storiesfield against all the other community centres that we operate across the city centre already. So it's difficult to give a precise figure for that running cost at the moment. The other factor that we have to consider is that the development out of the Eddington site has slowed down as a consequence of the pandemic, and the expected growth anticipated, the rate of growth and occupation of the Northwest Development site is lower than it had been anticipated as part of that business plan development. So there are a number of factors that we need to work closely with to make sure we're maximising revenue generation available from the local community and other hirers of that centre.
Thanks. If there's no more further debate, we're going to move on to the vote. So can I have a show of hands for those in favour?
That's 9, Chair. All who can vote have done.
Great, thank you very much. So that's so we've endorsed those recommendations. So can I ask the Executive Councillor to approve the recommendations, Councillor Smith? And actually, I'm not sure if you approved the previous recommendations in your speech.
I was going to say that. I think I probably, in my rush to kind of thank everyone, forgot to actually say that I approved the previous items. So just to be clear for the record, I approved the previous one and I approved this one. And now I've said that, also thank you to the officers and to all those at Storiesfield who are working so hard to make this work effectively for the community.
Very much. Can I just ask the public speakers, please be quiet when people are talking? And I think the back and forth and all the conversations has been quite disruptive. So I just ask you to please be respectful to speakers in the room. Thank you very much. So we're now going to move on to agenda item 7. So this is the update on lend and loaning and the reuse project, including the Cambridge Scrap Store. Now, we have had an amendment come in this afternoon, so what I propose is we'll deal with the substantive report and vote on that first, and we'll deal with the amendment thereafter. So the presenting officer for the report is Vicky Haywood, Community Development Manager, supported by Debbie Kay. So please could the officer introduce the item? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check that everyone can see and hear me?
It's a bit faint.
Good time to check these things. Is that better?
If you could kind of turn up the volume.
How's that?
I mean, if we're all really quiet, we might be able to hear. Yeah.
Take these
do you
out.
want to go ahead?
Okay, I'll go ahead. So I'm here today to present the update of lending, loaning and reuse projects, including Cambridge Scrap Store. You've seen the paper. I'll just run through the recommendations. So the recommendations are to note progress on the wider project work that is taking place at the moment around developing the community lending, loan and reuse schemes across the council, and to note the progress to establish alternative options and support for individuals who currently access Scrap Store, as this will close and the unit will be repurposed for the use of Cambridge Sustainable Food from later this year in July. You can see from the background information there that we first initially brought a report in October last year to explain that we would be reviewing the service. And that review of the service uncovered the true costs of running Scrap Store. It currently does run a net deficit of £46,500. The report that came in October asked us to refocus the service and look at how this could be delivered differently and realign to the council corporate objectives around anti-poverty. So we're focusing on a new approach as we go forward, and we'll be looking at how we develop lending, loaning and reuse in the city, particularly picking up a move in service delivery from delivering from one centre to developing a programme that we delivered in multiple venues within communities and working with our voluntary sector partners and residents as we go forward. Over the last 2 years, we've been working with a number of schemes. We've done a number of workshops with community partners to explore what this new scheme could look like and how to develop. And things are popping up all over the place. So we've got lots of interest in the Library of Things currently. Lots of loaning schemes and resident-led programmes that are developing. If anybody has visited Scrap Store, you'll know that the location is not easy to find, it's not easy to access, and there's challenges with bringing all the different scrap to and from the unit, and it has quite a significant carbon footprint as a project. So we've looked at the
I'm actually
financial
going to be
impact.
I'm going to adjourn the committee meeting until the noise stops. So we're just going to have an adjournment and we're going to go and speak to the speakers, and if it continues, they're going to be removed because this is not acceptable, this disruption throughout the meeting. So we're going to adjourn it now for a few minutes till we stop the noise. Thanks. Yeah, and first, I'd just like the, sorry to Vicky that you were interrupted mid-flow there. But if you'd just like to continue with the report where you left off, thanks very much.
Okay, I'll try and find where I was. So we're talking about the new approach to delivering lending and loaning schemes, which will be developed in the city. We're going to be harnessing the work of local people and specifically looking at how we develop peer-to-peer lending across Cambridge with a particular focus around reuse. So this might take the shape of many things yet, and we're not 100% clear on that. What we want to do is develop this scheme with our current users, with local communities, voluntary sector, and with engagement with local councillors. It might take the form of things such as uniform swaps, Skillshare events, repair cafes, which will be delivered and supported alongside community events and hubs. Officers are working on a plan to communicate this message with our users and to close down the programme as it currently is and develop the new options going forward. I'd like to particularly recognise the work of the staff who have worked on Scrapstore over the last few years. Scrapstore has been running in various forms at the council for 20 years. The staff do an amazing job communicating and supporting the work of craft and reuse within the city. And we particularly want to pay tribute to the staff who work particularly hard on this project. Just want to point out also that there will be no staff redundancies. We're not expecting anything, any redundancies from this change. The staff will be redeployed to programmes within the department. An equalities impact assessment has been provided, and there will be a positive benefit going forward with the new scheme, and the same for carbon reduction. Happy to take any questions. If you want me to, I can recap on what the recommendations are as we've had that break. So the recommendations are to note the progress on the wider project development taking place, specifically focusing on the community lending, loaning and reuse schemes which will be set up, and noting the progress to establish alternative offers for the crafts and arts scheme at Scrapstore that it currently delivers, as this will be closing. The unit will be repurposed for Cambridge Sustainable Food and the Food Distribution Hub. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Vicky. Do we have any questions? Councillor Davies and Councillor Parr and Councillor Payne.
Thank you very much for the report. It's really interesting reading. I just wondered whether you could tell us a little bit more. It's interesting to hear about the kind of climate change implications of the current scheme, particularly in terms of kind of driving around to pick up materials rather than it being in communities. I just kind of wondered how, if you could explain a little bit more about how the climate change impact of the current scheme would compare to a more kind of library of things style scheme. And yeah, that would be really helpful. Thank you very much for the report.
Councillor Parr was next.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the interest of brevity, would you like me to talk to the amendment at the same time? I'm quite happy to. I wasn't planning to say a huge amount.
We're going to take that separately after.
Okay, if you're happy for me to speak again. Okay. Oh, I've got my speech in the wrong order now. Yeah, no, again, generally, I'm very pleased that the Officer Vicky is taking this forward. I've worked with her previously. I know she's very good. I think my concerns around this were just that we kind of want to make sure it keeps going in some form. I think the proposals sound good, very positive, but, well, obviously I'll mention this later in the amendment as well, but it's just lacking a little bit of concrete actions, because obviously we're losing the staff, although obviously they're not going, they're being redeployed, which is great. We're losing the premises. So that's just really where my concerns lie. But I'll come back later, Chair, if that's okay, on the recommendation amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a quick question about the £46,500 that Vicky mentioned, which is in the background on page 42. I might be mistaken, and I'm happy to admit I'm mistaken if I am. But I don't recall any budget items relating to the scrap store over the last couple of years. So I just wondered if you could update us on whether that was there or not, and if not, was it sort of tucked within somewhere else so it wasn't visible? And I suppose within that, I'm interested in why that net loss wasn't identified earlier, because it seems to have been sitting there for a little while. So I don't know if you could explain a bit around that, please, Vicky.
I'm just going to ask a question as well. So I'm a huge fan of the lending and loaning scheme, and I've seen them. They've worked really, really well in other local authorities like Hackney, and it's a really fantastic opportunity for those from low incomes to be able to access things like, you know, drills or lawnmowers or things like that they wouldn't be able to, you know, purchase themselves. So I just was interested in some of the detail around what sort of things are we thinking of for the scheme in Cambridge. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll take those in order. So the first question about the climate impact of the project. Scrap Store has been running for 20 years. Many of the items that come to Scrap Store to be reused as products for arts and crafts and other activities can now be recycled. What tends to happen is they can be used by nurseries, school groups, and create wonderful creative projects, but eventually they still end up in landfill. So we should be really clear that where there is recyclable opportunities, we should be encouraging that wherever possible. There's also a lot of climate impact with the journeys to and from Scrap Store. We have one base for Scrap Store in the city. Lots of people access this via cars and vans. It's not particularly easy to access. And we also have a van which will go out and collect the scrap from donors across the county and sometimes further afield, which of course adds to the carbon impact of running this project. So switching to the new model, would be looking to develop projects that are much more of a local level within community centres and community hubs, working with residents and community organisations and the voluntary sector. So those additional journeys can be taken out, and we will be supporting products that should be recycled and can now be turned into other products to do that wherever possible. So Katie, Councillor Porritt asked a question about what next, and that we'll be shifting the staff resource and shifting the venue, so how we'll be developing this. So Scrap Store currently sits within CHIPS, which is a service under review, going through the Community Development Service restructure. We will be retaining the staff, and we're looking at how we develop this project going forward. We're really keen that we maintain and support community development work within communities. I'm particularly interested in looking at how we do that for a staff resource to be maintained and have a specific specialism around supporting green community-led recycling and reuse schemes. We can't be 100% sure on that. There's lots of discussions taking place at the moment, and one of those is with the Library of Things, which is a national scheme which is franchised. I can't divulge further details in that at the moment, but when we have got something more concrete to report, I'm more than happy to come back and do some briefings for members on updates around that. I'm going to refer to Debbie Kay, who's also on the call, for the question about the budget, as she'll be able to answer that in fuller detail, if that's okay, Chair.
Debbie, do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Vicky. So,
sorry, you're very, it's hard to hear you. You're very faint.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Yeah, okay. So I think we covered the costs relating to this service in the October report and discussion, and I said then that when we first looked at Scrap Store and indeed PlayPods and reviewed the service costs, we looked in detail at all attributable costs and realised that not all these costs had been taken into account at the first instances when these business trading models were set up. So what we've been doing since then, and this was 3 years ago, this work's been delayed due to the pandemic and the redeployment of staff to support that work. We've been managing these costs within the service by managing vacancies and other costs across community services. So this hasn't been reported in terms of any budget variances other than in the usual budget reporting processes which officers complete on a quarterly basis. I hope that answers the question.
Great, thanks very much, Debbie. Did you have any further questions to answer, Vicky?
I think I've covered them all.
Great, thank you. Do we have any further debate? Councillor Ashton?
It's just an observation that the last 2 years obviously has been terrible for any kind of organisation, and especially something like Scrap Store, which relies on people going. So when people weren't allowed to go out, obviously there was no footfall. It's great to see they want to move it out to community centres, and obviously in Cherry Hinton we want to build a community hub. But of course the pandemic has put us backwards on building that as well. But I'm sure this is just the kind of thing that we would welcome in our community hub when it gets built, and it'll be run by the Community Benefit Society. But again, we've been held up with COVID as well. So it's one of these items that we're all keen to do more on, but in a sense that the marketplace has prevented us doing anything. And if we put a timescale on going forward until COVID really sorts itself out, we're going to be a bit difficult. Thank you.
Any final questions? No. Okay, so we'll move on to the vote for this substantive part of it, and then we'll take the amendment
Chair,
thereafter.
if I may,
Yeah.
we need to discuss the amendment and the substantive.
Oh,
The other way
really?
around, if you would,
Oh,
please.
right, okay, fantastic. So do we have a proposer for the amendment? Councillor Parr.
Thank you, Chair. And I think Councillor Copley was seconding, if you needed to know that, I wasn't sure. Yeah, I did also want to mention, you commented earlier about late notification. I do agree with you, the papers come so late, it's really difficult. I'm a working parent, you know, I am primary carer for a 10-year-old. I sat on JDCC this morning, I sat on planning yesterday, I sat on JDCC last week, and we only got our ops briefing on Monday because we only get the papers on Friday to read over the weekend. And I have worked tirelessly, including taking time off today, just to get all this in as early as I could. We could, under the Constitution, submit them at the meeting, which I don't want to do because I feel that's really unfair. And I never want to overburden democratic service because they're amazing what they do. But equally, this is the way it's been set up at the moment. And I have asked before, on a more general point, that people get papers earlier because it's hundreds of pages to read through, and I do read them properly because I think it's important to scrutinise them. So I hope that by submitting the amendments copied to everyone in the format that was acceptable is as helpful as I could have been given the time constraints that I was working under, as also, as you rightly say, so many of us have care and responsibilities and work as well. So I just wanted to say that. In terms of the recommendation that I'm proposing, would you like me just to read it out so it's clear, because I know people online may not have seen it?
Yeah.
We're just adding number 3, so we're not disagreeing with 1 and 2, to say that we're requesting that we bring back a report to this committee before the end of 22 with an update on progress on the matters described in section 3, which is where the officers talked about kind of what we're planning. You know, this is, I hope, a positive. I think, as Councillor Ashton said, things have been really difficult the last 2 years. And this is something I think that everyone in the chamber wants to support. And if there are issues with it, we want to put our weight behind making sure we can sort them out and give Vicky the support she needs to take them forward. So I really hope everyone would accept that, because all it's doing is allowing us to continue supporting the scrap store when it comes back in its new form. Knowing Vicky, it'll probably be before December because she's incredibly efficient and organised. But obviously we wanted to give sufficient time to get this stuff up and running, to take into account the delays from the pandemic and the workload that officers has got. So I really hope that everyone in the chamber will take this as it's intended, which is just to allow us as a committee to keep supporting this really important initiative, as hopefully it really does embed into the community and not just based in one ward. I hope that's okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And does the seconder, Councillor Copley, want to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So my concern is similar to Councillor Porro, that we don't know when we may get more updates on the proposals. There's obviously a lot of different things being discussed. The location is being repurposed, and there's kind of lots of options out there. So this is setting a kind of clear deadline, timeline, so that we can keep discussing the topic and the options. There was a mention in the report of a scheme in which near Ely, which is quite far away, so it will not be realistic for people to visit there to use a scrap store, but hopefully there can be some kind of project with them to bring it into the communities as we discussed with. And I just also wanted to raise the idea of a mobile scrap store, similar to the county council mobile libraries, which could perhaps visit food hubs and community centres in rotation, so that there's still a physical method through which items can be repurposed, reused and used for crafts. Because what I'm not very clear on is, even though some of the materials may be able to be recycled, are we, if we do not offer a scrap store type offering, would we be moving people to instead buy them new from shops like Hobbycraft, which would obviously be far worse from an environmental perspective? But I don't know whether what the scrap store users will do if they don't have the same opportunities available. So yeah, so that's my speech on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Copley. So before members vote on the amendment, can I, the Executive Councillor or the officer want to comment on the proposed amendment? Councillor Smith.
I can see, I can also see Debbie's got her hand up, so perhaps we go to Debbie first and then I'll come in after that.
Want to go first, Debbie?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reassure councillors that we have really valued the input we've had from councillors to date, and we have involved opposition spokes in discussions, and that we will continue to do that. We'll be happy to arrange invitation to working groups and to briefings, and of course we will keep councillors informed and involved as this scheme evolves in its various forms. And of course, if there's a need to bring a report back to the committee for any decisions such as would be required under the Constitution, then of course we would do that. So I just wanted to really reassure people that it is our intention to keep working with councillors and to keep them informed and involved.
Thank you. And Councillor Smith.
Thanks. And I'm not sure of the protocol of this, whether I'm allowed to ask you to ask officers any questions, or whether I just have to say something. So, because it strikes me that one of the issues here, and if I've read this right from where Councillor Porrer is coming from, you know, we all want this to work. It's not a political item. We want to keep people informed, involved. Everybody wants to be part of this because it's really, really important. So my understanding is that where the amendment is coming from is really about wanting to be reassured that it isn't, right, we have a discussion now and that's it, everyone go away. So what I'm hearing from what officers are saying there is that actually all that can happen without it needing to come back as a scrutiny item for an update, but that can happen in workshopping and member presentations and continued engagement that absolutely ensures that people in this chamber who want to be involved, plus members of the wider community who are going to be the users of this, and we want to make sure we get it right for them, can also be involved. And if I've read that right, I'm reading that we don't really need the amendment to ensure that that kind of engagement is happening. So I won't make that an office, I'll just make that a reflection rather than a question back to make it
Sorry, just
easiest.
as chair, can I just ask, if I can just direct that question to Debbie, if you could confirm if all of this is already going to be happening anyway?
Yes, we made a commitment back in October to work with members, and we have extended that invitation, and that's the way we want to continue to work on this. We recognise that there's cross-party interest in this, and a lot of people have got, you know, particular passion to make sure that an arts and crafts offer is still available for people. So happy to involve whichever members of this committee would like to be involved. Please let us know, and we will continue to work with you on this.
I think Councillor Ashton wanted to speak.
Yeah, I might have got it wrong, but I believe they said it's currently under the CHIPS auspices now. And if we look at page 43, 4, section A, it says that prior to the completion of the full review of CHIPS and neighbourhood community development later in 2022. So we will be getting a report coming back this year, regardless what's going on, because it's coming under CHIPS, and CHIPS is part of this review as well. So the way I read it, we're going to be regular updated with what's going on anyway. So again, we don't need the amendment because it's already stated there that it's going to come back to us.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Chair. It directly picks up on, Councillor Ashton's point, actually, that I really appreciate Debbie and Vicky's reassurances that you'll keep working with us, and we received an invitation to the previous workshop, which is appreciated. Unfortunately, it was, I think, a 2-day notice during the working day, so I don't think any of us, maybe Councillor Porrer sacked off work and went along. So my question really is, I appreciate that, but it's not always possible as working people, as have been noted, to attend things during the day. So I just wanted to ask about, when we say we'll be engaged with and involved, will that be in the form of a scrutiny committee, even if it's under the auspices of another item, as Councillor Ashton has referred to? So will it actually come back to this committee, or will it be further things outside of that? Because I think they are slightly different things.
Chair, would you like me to answer this?
Yes, please.
So officers are required to bring things to the scrutiny committee that require a decision. What I'm suggesting to you is that we can work with interested members on this outside of the committee and reserve bringing reports for matters that require a decision.
Great. And did you want to answer Councillor Ashton's question as well? You had a question, didn't you?
I'm not sure it's a question.
Well, the question was, I thought the officers said the scrap store is now coming under CHIPS at the moment, and according to the paper, CHIPS and the neighbourhood community development are all being reviewed later this year in 2022. So if that's the case, that will come back to committee, to this committee, to discuss what they're doing. So by default, the scrap store is going to be part of that if scrap store is coming under CHIPS.
So you're correct, Councillor Ashton. There will be reviews of a whole range of services across the council, I'm sure, over the next period, and we are going to look at community development and CHIPS in order that they meet the needs of our citizens going forward. So yes, there will be reports on those. And what we're setting out here is the future of the lending, loaning, and reuse work, including scrap store. So we're setting out the direction of travel of this area of work ahead of the wider work looking at community development and our services for children and young people.
That's great. Thanks. If there's no, oh yeah, there is a further, Councillor Parr.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I suppose I just wanted to come back. I absolutely am grateful for Debbie and Vicky's assurances. That's brilliant. But I suppose for me, the official way, the democratic way we involve residents is that we bring things to committees. Obviously, we involve people throughout. But for me, point 3, I was hoping naively it probably wasn't going to be controversial, because I'd just like it to come back. So, for example, if there are issues with it, we can use our weight as the scrutiny committee in the democratic process to ensure that this is given the support it needs, and that, wards are involved. Because consultation is great, but we do need to come back at some point to the democratic process, and I suppose that's where I'm sitting on this. So anyway, thank you, Chair.
I mean, just to reiterate the previous point, it sounds like it's coming back anyway with the other CHIPS report. So, okay, so we'll move on to the vote now. Do you want me to deal with the amendment first, or the substantive? The amendment first? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a vote on the amendment first. So can I have a show of hands for those in favour of the amendment?
See 3 in favour, Chair.
And can I have a show of hands for those against the amendment?
Six against, Chair.
Great, thank you. And we'll now deal with the substantive recommendations. Can I have a show of hands for those in favour?
6 in favour, Chair.
And can I have a show of hands for those against? Can I have a show of hands for those abstaining?
3 abstentions, Chair.
Okay, so that's carried. Can I ask the Executive Councillor, Councillor Smith, does she accept the recommendations?
I do, and I think this is a really, really exciting project, and there's been some great work done on this so far. It's got so much potential to address inequality within our city. I'm really excited about it. I'm grateful for all the people in this room, and also I know Councillor Bajent isn't here tonight. She's also been really involved in helping shape that, so I'd want to thank her too. And also just to say that I've had a bit of a Constitution 101 this afternoon in terms of what does and doesn't come back to committees. And my understanding, just to give that final reassurance, is that if there is what we would class as a key or even a non-key decision under the terms of the Constitution, it would have to come back. So, you know, there is no attempt here to refuse to bring things back to a committee at all. This is very much about engaging with everyone. It's a project that we appreciate is non-political and are really keen to see it move forward. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith and Vicky and Debbie as well. Thank you very much. So for the next item, we're actually going to be dealing with it later in the agenda. It's actually an item for Councillor Collis under her brief rather than Councillor Smith, so we'll deal with that later. So we're going to move on to the next item, which is agenda item 9, the public art strategy. We do have an amendment for this, so we'll deal with the substantive debate first, and the amendment again, and then we'll vote. So in terms of, where am I? The presenting officers for this report are Alistair Wilson, Development Manager for Streets and Open Spaces, supported by Joel Carr. So please could the officer introduce this item. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this report. I'm also supported tonight by Nadine Black and Tim Weatherfield with regards to some of the detail in the report. The report presented sets out the work that we have completed to arrive at the manifesto position for public art. It also considers the current position of the available Section 106 monies that we have to support the manifesto. The report and its recommendations address some housekeeping items around projects that have been allocated funding in the past but have stalled during the pandemic, and those are set out in the Appendix B. We make recommendations around a conditional reallocation of the 2016 funding for To the River after consideration of the recent consultation responses. The recommendations also give steer on the Section 106 spending in Romsey and Queenie. This is where we have early repayment dates. We then seek to approve the manifesto to then use this new tool to determine the future commissioning strategy for consideration later in the year. I'll be very happy to take questions and open the report for discussion. Thank you.
Very much, Alistair. Do we have any questions? Councillor Copley and Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not discussing the amendment now. I'll discuss that later as requested. I'd just like to start off by bringing up a section of report that says, as part of the recent public art consultation, that the majority of respondents, 46%, gave public art in Cambridge an average when asked to rate it, and stating this is a useful baseline. So I have some concerns about the way that the manifesto starts by describing that we've taken a national lead and achieved an impressive legacy with demonstrated benefits to the city and people. And this was a question I raised on our briefing on Monday, and my concern that the manifesto was extremely positive about the achievements in Cambridge, and that I didn't see evidence in the documents on the agenda item today regarding the positive effects and benefits seen to residents which were cited in the document. So on Monday, I was directed to Appendix A, Evaluation of Public Art Delivery in Cambridge, which was a document from 2018, which contains a very similar quote to the start of the manifesto describing the benefits. In this report, it stated that participants were recruited via those who were active in the Cambridge public art scene, which was a concern that was not a representative group. And it noted towards the end that the public art questionnaire, which was part of this evaluation report, I'll just continue quoting that, for the wider public, published via the Council's consultation portal, was consistently delayed and remains unpublished to this day, and as such an opportunity for public engagement and discussion in an aspect of the Council's work has not taken place. So there, of course, may be other reports and documents which I haven't been directed to, but from this agenda item and that other report I've just mentioned, I haven't been presented with any evidence to support the start of the manifesto, which is claiming that Cambridge City Council has achieved an impressive legacy with demonstrated benefits to people. And I don't say this as somebody who dislikes art. Engagement with and taking part in artwork is a wonderful experience that has enriched my life on many occasions, and I'm sure inspired lots of others. I love kind of many items of public art and value and respect artists and their contributions to society. So the point I'm trying to raise is that I haven't seen any objective evidence that the way we've spent public money kind of has resulted in these benefits that have been described. This report details the funding problems, the lack of funding, the loss of future funding sources, and how there's only £290,000 left. So how we spend that is therefore of vital importance. So I support the aims of the manifesto. I'm concerned and don't understand how the manifesto will measure and report back the positive outcomes it aims to achieve. How will we know that we are spending that money in a good way? I'm also concerned that the survey was engaged with by predominantly women over the age of 30, and that there were only 109 of them out of a city of 130,000 people. And these results are specifying views on the manifesto, but as I mentioned, the majority thought that art in Cambridge was average. We've demonstrated responses from a wide range of residents from different ethnicities. We haven't done analysis on the basis of class, and those who stand to benefit most from public art are those who are systematically excluded or not able or not kind of enabled to visit, for example, paid for galleries, or those that require a commute. So prestigious galleries don't take many people into account from the outset. I'm also concerned with the high amount of the remaining funds, potentially 150,000 of the 290,000, being allocated to the River residency, which is if the location in Newnham in that area is to be remained with, could be focusing more than half of all remaining spending in a location that's one of the wealthiest parts of the city. People who don't, who may not benefit the most from interactive and engaging public art. So to conclude, I support the aims of the Public Art Manifesto insofar as they demonstrate a support for and value of public art and public art projects. But what I don't know and want to know is how we will measure the outcomes and ensure projects are contributing to these outcomes. And I, just to reiterate, haven't been presented any evidence to support the glowingly positive outlook that's being presented to us. And I'll mention more about this later, but I cannot support allocating 150,000 to the River residency without having seen the results of this consultation, because I believe this is a deeply unpopular Golden River proposal. So yeah, I'll discuss that more later. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Davis, and if you can be succinct, that would be great. Thanks.
I can, sure. Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to comment a bit about the section in the manifesto that I was really pleased to see around the importance of diversity within the artist procurement process, and just wanted to highlight that because I think, you know, the last 2 years have been obviously difficult for everyone. We say this in every item, but the impact on artists and people working in the creative industries, people relying on freelance contracts, has been really severe, and I'm just really keen that we make the most of the opportunities that we have to make sure that artists from all sorts of different backgrounds and as diverse as possible are able to benefit from potential commissions and through the procurement process here. So just wanted to say I was really pleased to see that made so clear in the documentation as part of this report, because obviously we want we want that diversity and inclusion to be part of the procurement as well as the enjoyment of the art as well. So it's just really nice to see that included all the way through the process. So yeah, just thanks for that.
I'm going to just ask a question as well. Also just in relation to the public consultation on the river art, which obviously, as we've already said earlier tonight, there hasn't been a decision made on it. But I'd just like to say a lot of the things that I've seen in the media and a lot of the criticism, it's predominantly coming from white middle class people. And it sort of upsets me a bit because I know that a lot of the people who've been involved in the consultations have been people from working class backgrounds. There's a huge theme running through this artwork that the artist has designed around the working classes. And it just feels to me a bit, you know, are we not taking their opinions into account? Do we not like their type of art? It just feels to me a bit uncomfortable. And speaking as someone who was raised myself in extreme poverty during the Troubles in Northern Ireland in an environment which wasn't very pleasant, you know, there was often petrol bombs and all sorts of riots, and, you know, the area wasn't very nice, but we were very lucky. We had wonderful street art from the Bogside artists in my local area in the Bogside. And they recently showcased an exhibition in Cambridge commemorating Bloody Sunday. And this brought great joy to me growing up in this background, in this environment, and in these very depressing times. So for someone from a poor background, I would never have been able to contemplate, you know, paying for galleries. And I think art should be accessible to everybody. And public art offers that opportunity. It offers that opportunity for those without the means to be able to enjoy art, even if they're living in difficult times without many resources or empowerment. So I often think many who criticise come from a place of privilege, and I'd really ask them to reflect on their own considerable privilege. Councillor Ashton.
It's really for the officer just to confirm that this public money really is not public money, it's developers' money, which has been awarded to us under planning development applications. So if we don't spend this money within an agreed timescale, this public money, in a sense, goes back to the developer. So I suppose what we all want to see is that the money is used in the best possible way within the regulations that are laid down to use this money. And that's one of the problems, I think, that if it was council money that we were spending 50,000, we could do a lot of different things with it. But under these 106 agreements, it's very much laid down as to what can be done. So it's just confirmation in a sense of how this money is attributed to us and how it can be spent.
Thanks very much. That's a lot of questions, Alistair. If you want to come back on them, that would be great.
Thank you. So I'll start with Councillor Copley. The independent report that she referenced was carried out as a review of our public art and our public art processes and how successful it is in respect of planning and delivering art through planning. Now that document became the source document or the seed document for the manifesto, and that is where the manifesto finds it starts to build from. So the report today, in some respects, has a lens on it relating to off-site contributions and where we spend money off-site, and it doesn't reflect the money, or doesn't reflect the projects we have delivered on-site. So, for example, in appendices in the report, we set out where we spent the off-site money. So you can see the range of products and the range of art projects that we've delivered as a consequence of collecting the Section 106 monies. What the report doesn't do, because it's not relevant for tonight's decisions, is to discuss or look through where we've delivered on-site public art. Those are really successful, particularly around Eddington, around Clay Farm, around Trumping Meadows, and for example, there's Cambridge Assessment. So there's some specifically high-profile recent commissions as a consequence of previous public art policy, and that public art policy has been replicated by other local authorities. It has been held up in high regard, and that is where we started from with our manifesto. So the manifesto was a test, it was a check, and when we drafted it back in January 21, the intention was to go to and ask people what they thought of it and take their feedback and take the opportunity to change or amend it. So it is a positive position. And moving on to what Councillor Davies said and Councillor Healy, I'm really pleased to hear that we've reflected some of the mood that is in local communities at the moment and trying to move things forward. With regards to Councillor Ashton's point, yes, we have got a legal duty to spend that money within the regulations that we've collected it from. So it is imperative that we spend it in a timely way, in the correct way. I hopefully have answered all those questions. And Nadine, would you like to add anything else to it?
Yes, sorry, I'd just like to say the manifesto comes from a positive point of view, because Cambridge City Council is looked upon by local authorities and the rest of the country for its public art delivery. And as Alistair hinted at, that's really, a lot of that is focused on public art within new development. We have Turner Prize winning and Turner Prize nominated artists wanting to work in housing developments. Now, part of the reason we've been able to attract such good artists is because of a robust policy and process, most importantly process. If you don't have a process, you can't deliver public art well. And artists pick up on that, and they're open and wanting, to work in housing developments. It's quite extraordinary, really. I think a big part of the issue that we have with public art that Alistair and I have been talking about for several years is actually that we don't promote what's happened in Cambridge very well. And I think an interesting part of some of the feedback from the consultation is it really just opened up that question again, that actually many people in Cambridge do not realise how many amazing projects there are. And also bearing in mind that public art is not just about a permanent sculpture or object in the public realm. It includes temporary projects, participatory projects, and a project actually at Clay Farm was nominated for a planning award, whereby an amazing artist called John Van Heeswick actually persuaded Countryside to give her £1 million show home for 2 years, where there is now a community magazine. They created a pub, gardening clubs. So there's so much work. I think that as a council, we need to look seriously about how we promote all of this amazing work.
Thank you.
That's great. Do we have any further questions, or we can move on to the amendment? No? Okay, so do we have a proposer for the amendment? Councillor Copley.
Thank you, Chair. So, as we've had mentioned earlier in public questions and in previous discussions, the River Cam Artist Residency was allocated 120,000, and a recent consultation happened regarding the proposal for a golden metal structure on the riverbank at Sheep's Green. And as we've said, we don't know what the results of the consultation were, neither to those voting on these proposals, nor do members of the public. And of course, they may be overwhelmingly positive about the idea. But there have been a very large number of residents groups and residents who've indicated their strong objection to the concept, appearance and location. And I'm sure everyone here will also know that the River Cam is chronically and progressively over-abstracted, and it's losing much of its flow as a direct result of unsustainable economic growth as championed by the leading administration, with profits going to developers, landowners, and the companies relocating here. And we're obviously also facing cost of living crises, existential threat to the climate and biodiversity emergencies. And these are kind of some of the reasons why residents have indicated they do not agree with the concept design. So of the 290,000 remaining public money, we're being asked to set aside 80 to 150,000 to progress this project to its outcome, either as proposed or with an alternative. And from the very small pot that's rapidly drying up, we're being asked to do this on the basis that we are assuming a positive outcome. And I disagree that we should be assuming a positive outcome. We should wait for the outcome and then listen to it and then assign the money kind of as and when. Maybe residents want a different idea, maybe they don't agree with the proposal in its form at all, and I'm not trying to speak for them here. One of the local residents groups said earlier was that they'd had considerable concern about a serious lack of engagement and consultation on the proposal and the concept that came forward, and that 100 residents associations and friends groups that were associated with FECRA, including the Friends of Sheep's Green and Lammers Land, had not been able to work with or give their input into this proposal. So if this is a genuine consultation and not a box texting exercise, then we should halt the allocation of funding into the river proposal until we know the response to the consultation, and then appropriately allocate finite funds for a proposal as and when we know the result of that. And we want something that will bring positivity and be celebrated by residents of Cambridge. So my amendment is therefore changing the report to state that we will await the response of the consultation and defer allocation of off-site public arts funding until the views of residents are known on the proposal and the consultation is fully reported. And proposing that a report is brought back to a future scrutiny committee with recommendations. It's not a lengthy delay until the next scrutiny committee. And key local residents groups, including Sheph's Green, have not been engaged in this residency so far. So yeah, just to sum up, to assign what could potentially be the majority of the remaining funding for public arts to be ready for the To The Art proposal, we instead owe it to residents to direct it to projects that they truly want. Because we know that we need to spend this developer money in order to have artwork as the result of it, but it needs to be artwork that's desired and beneficial to those who've been most affected by the development from which the fund originated.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Would you like to speak to it yet?
Yeah, I'm happy to wait till anyone else wants to say anything, but I'm happy to go ahead if anyone has any else. Oh, I think I'm happy to defer to Councillor Sweeney for a moment, if that's okay, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling a little bit here because we've already said that the public art panel decide and it would need to go through planning as to what the final piece of artwork would be. It sounds a little bit like we're saying we want artwork to happen, but it's only the artwork that we like. And I find that really difficult because I have a sister who's an artist and we don't talk about art at all because I can't go to a gallery with her because we don't ever agree on what is art. And who are we to to sit here today and say that the children and the young people and the people from across the city that have been involved in the projects and the activities that with the artists in residence don't have the right sort of art in mind for this area of the city. And I also am concerned that we are also saying that people shouldn't be able to come to Newnham to experience art, of whatever that might be. And we've been accused, I've heard it twice referenced, that it's a wealthy area of the city, and so therefore we should reconsider whether that's where the money goes. And yet I'm often accused of being a councillor in a ward that is closed-minded and doesn't want people to visit or benefit from its area. So I really struggle with some of what is being discussed here about us judging something ahead of time and not in the right place.
I think Officer Alistair would like to come in here as well. Thanks.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Just a point of clarification, just to make sure the debate is properly informed. The 290 is the sum available after the extraction of the 150. It is not 290 less 150. Thank you.
Councillor Shield.
Thank you, Alistair, for the report. I just would like us to think about Part B of Section 3.8, to which Councillor Copley is pointing us for consideration of this amendment. And I would like to draw everybody's attention to the fact that the wording we're given is following extensive engagement during 2018-19, the artist has now developed a proposal for the permanent work salvage drawing on the textile industry that existed in Cambridge in the 17th century and specifically the Cambridge weave still used in graduation gowns produced today. The proposal is to fix a metal artwork proposed to the existing metal sheet piling at Sheep's Green. I think we've been discussing the possibility as if, the possibility of this work going forward, as if there hasn't been any consultation, but wording that we're given here in Alistair's report does say following extensive engagement. Alistair may or may not want to say more about that, but if I could pick up on what Councillor Sweeney has just raised in terms of consultation in relation to works of art. It is a bit of a tricky one. It's not always going to be possible to have consultation before the creation of a work of art. But given that there is Section 106 public money involved here, then it looks as if extensive engagement did take place in 2018-19. And so I suppose my question for Alistair would be, is there anything anything more that you could say just about the nature of that process that from 3.5 years ago that would help us as a committee work out whether we actually need this amendment or not? Thank you, Alistair.
You want to take that? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll start off just by summarising that the engagement has taken us through a process to a point where we've been able to consult on a concept. And by consulting on the concept, we're avoiding abortive work around going through detailed design. So the discussion this evening is really around, for myself, after tonight's decision, is to review those consultation responses and determine whether or not we amend, modify or continue with the project that we've currently got. What I'd like to do is get Nadine just to clarify some of the work we've done prior and up to this point, particularly around engagement and the project to the river. Thank you, Nadine.
Okay. Yes, I'd just like to say that the initial residency, the artist in residence, was for the river as a whole. And the artist in residence, Caroline, has spent, initially she was only going to spend a year in residence, but actually she was so committed to the project that she has spent 2 years in residence. Unfortunately, the pandemic stopped the momentum and almost memory, I think, of that engagement. But we are where we are with that. Because the project was looking at the river as a whole, it was about, finding stories and hidden narratives along the river, and also looking at locations where actually you could practically put in an artwork. Now, Caroline was really interested in the anonymous women that she discovered stories from in the Sheep's Green, Laundress Green area. And that's really how that location happened. We didn't, as a council, in Caroline's brief, put a cross on a plan and say, please put something in Sheep's Green. And we didn't take it forward, not letting people know, that's what we had proposed. It's part of an organic process. But if you don't mind me reading, I will just go through just quickly some of the work that Caroline's done.
If you can just be brief,
was,
if you can just be brief, I think we want to just kind of try and wrap this. We've still a huge amount to get through in the agenda.
Okay.
If you could briefly, that would be great.
Okay, so upon appointment, a website was set up, which we publicised. I think Councillor Smith talked about some of the stakeholders Caroline worked with, but and as Councillor Smith talked about, Caroline has worked with CHIPS on the playboat, with young families. The Flow project, which was a participatory project which involved 81 people, had 430 people watch the event. We had Knit for the River, which Councillor Smith mentioned, where 150 people attended knitting workshops. Numerous kits were sent to people who couldn't attend the workshops. Over 400 knitted panels were completed and a film made of the project, and the workshops and even a picnic facilitated conversations about the meaning of the river to such a diverse group of people. Caroline had an element, is what colour is the river, which has in part informed her choice of colour for the work, where Caroline asked members of the community to photograph the colour of the river, which is an impossible task really, but approximately 50 submissions were made of photographs. Caroline has spent time with students from ARU and also in Cambridge Pride, just to give you a snapshot.
Very much, that was great, Nadine. Now, I really want to try and wrap this up, Patrick. Sorry, Councillor Shield. Yeah, just be brief. And Councillor Ashton, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Very quick. That is a huge amount of engagement. Great, thank you.
And Councillor Ashton.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is we're not voting on this installation. We're voting on allocating money to a public art. There's a lot more work to be done yet in this. The reason this is being mentioned is so it frees up the money so we can move along. If this doesn't get the consensus, we'll have to do some other kind of artwork. So it's clearly stated in 2.3, it's subject to a constructive public consultation response, so we'll have to get the feedback of that. Planning permission needs to be obtained and other necessary consent and confirmation of the project affordability. So at this stage, there is no ticking the box to say this artwork has got the go-ahead. This is just as, from my understanding, saying we're getting prepared to say what's happening and how we can allocate this money. So.
That's great, thanks very much. So can the seconder, Katie Parr, sorry, Councillor Parr, it's a long day. Can you come in now at this stage? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I'm no expert on art, but I love some of the public art, particularly lockdown. I've been walking around the city like most of us with my daughter. Controversial, I really like the Elephant Juggler on Hills Road. I know a lot of people don't. The Dinky Doors are phenomenal, because they're site specific, so it gets people out around the city. Grafton Wind Sculpture, the Mill Road one, and the Magic Mirrors in the old CRC building is a great one if you haven't been there. But art is always divisive. And for me, this amendment isn't actually commenting on this. The artist has done some amazing work. It's brilliant to see a female artist and also highlighting some of the working class women and what they did. But obviously the point is it needs to go to the full consultation. I think that's what we're saying. It just comes back to this idea that it needs as it says in the amendment, that we need to make sure fully views are included. And actually, Councillor Smith's previous answers to the public speaker did kind of indicate that what we're amending it to is what she was agreeing with. So I would rather hope that this could be supported. I do, obviously, as Councillor Ashton said, it's public art money. This isn't money that can go anywhere else, as we know, through the planning system. But I'd also note we can't rely on the planning system. The planning system is just about where you put something. It's not about the art per se. That is, you know, that should be a decision that comes through scrutiny at this end, not through planning. So I would urge people to consider supporting this amendment. It doesn't put huge brakes on the project. It's asked people to consult on it. It's asked all of us to take our view. I haven't taken a final view on it yet because I want to see what people say. So I'd urge people to support our amendment if they can. Thank you.
So we're going to move to the vote now. So we're going to vote on the amendment first. Sorry, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, Chair. I believe it was proposed by and I'm going to wait for confirmation with your indulgence, Chair, from Councillor Copley, and if she gets a seconder, she wanted a recorded vote, which can be requested by 2 councillors, in which case you would have to ask each councillor in turn, if that is the desire, how they're voting.
Yeah, do you want to go ahead with that, Councillor Copley? Okay. Okay. So, Councillor Davies, how are you voting?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Ashton?
Against.
Councillor Copley?
For.
Oh yeah, Councillor Gilderdeal has left the meeting. Councillor Hawke is on the video screen. Councillor Payne?
For, Chair.
Councillor Power?
For, Chair.
Councillor Shield? Councillor Sweeney? And myself against as well. Can the committee manager please confirm the vote?
Oh no, it might be running here. I think there's too many on. There we are, that's sorted. Sorry, Chair. Right, 5 did not support the amendment, 3 did, so I think it's fallen, Chair.
Great. So we'll now move on to the substantive vote. Did Councillor Copley want a roll call of this? Okay, so in terms of the substantive vote, Councillor Davies?
For.
Councillor Ashton?
For.
Councillor Copley?
Abstain.
Councillor Payne? Councillor Power?
Abstain. I'll abstain. There you go.
Councillor Shield?
For.
Councillor Sweeney?
For.
And myself for as well. So can the committee manager please confirm the vote?
I think what the issue is with the microphones, Chair, is we can only have 2 on at a time. 5 supported the substantive recommendation, none against, and 3 abstained, Chair.
So that's carried. Can I ask the Executive Councillor, Councillor Smith, does she approve the recommendations?
I do approve the recommendations. I've given my thanks already to the artist Caroline, but I wanted just to thank officers more broadly for the work that's gone into the manifesto. The conversation hasn't really been entirely focused on that part of it this evening. I understand why, but I think it is a really strong piece of work that allows us to move forward in making sure that the public art we have in the city really does reflect the very best that it can be. And I want to thank Alistair and particularly Nadine and everyone else that has worked on that. But yes, I approve the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. So we're now going to move on to the public questions, and we'll then take a break after the public questions. Is someone going to ask a question? Sorry, Councillor Copley.
Sorry, I was just going to request a break, but if it will be after.
Do members want a break now, or do they want to? You want a break? So how long is it? So 10 minutes? How long do you want? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? 10 minutes. So can I have everyone back here at 8 o'clock, and we'll stop the live stream for 10 minutes. Thanks. Hello and hello to everyone joining on the live stream as well. We're back after our quick break. So we're now going to move on to item 10, which is the public questions general section. As I've already said at the outset of this meeting earlier, we'll take 30 minutes of public questions, allowing for questions and answers. And any that we don't get to tonight, if we run out of time, they'll be minuted and a response will be sent by email after the meeting. So public speakers will have 3 minutes to speak, with an additional 2 minutes for follow-up questions. And the committee manager will advise you 30 seconds before the end of your speaking time, and then also when your speaking time is up. So we have a long list of speakers tonight. I'm going to prioritise those questions from those who are either present in the room or present on the live stream. And I'll send a written response to any questions where the submitters are not present. So we're going to start now on the list. So we have 30 minutes. The first speaker, now I'm not sure if they're unwell or if they're here, because they said they might be unwell. It's Ahmed Karamed. Do we have them on the live stream? Ahmed? Doesn't look like we do. So we'll provide them with a written answer if they're not here. So the next person on the list. Oh, you are there.
Hello, sorry. Ahmed Karam is not here, but I'm speaking on behalf of CCLT.
Okay, great. Okay, so that's you've got 3 minutes then to ask your question. So if you want to go ahead, that's great.
Okay, thank you. It's just as you're aware, taxis have Hackney carriage taxis have had a lot of changes recently, with things like we have to outsource vehicles, different sort of electric cars, and now I think the future is going to be sort of having cameras in there as well. So the cost has come up quite dramatically. So with the fare chart, we've spoken to many drivers, and we're happy with the chart that Yvonne is now going to be submitting. But with the multi-seaters, like the big vans, they have they're not obliged. It's not mandatory for them to take bikes or big dogs. With the big dogs, when they come into the vehicles, as you can imagine, if it's raining or whatever, they sort of do make a bit of a mess. Bikes, if it's muddy, coming to into the vehicles, they do make a big mess, and it does cost them quite a lot to get it all cleaned up. So we're asking that the charges would be what we proposed, which was £3.50. I think that's sort of fair. It will help the drivers, and also it will sort of encourage them to take bigger dogs. We're not asking for dogs in cages or animals in cages, but mainly sort of like big dogs that will have to sit on the floor. Obviously, this doesn't include guide dogs. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and I appreciate you have been waiting a long time to ask questions, so thank you for waiting. I think the officer is Yvonne O'Donnell and the executive officer is Rosie Moore, Councillor Rosie Moore. So who wants to come in and respond? You have Yvonne or Councillor Moore? Yvonne, you're going to come in yet? And Councillor Moore as well. Who wants to go first? I think you're muted, Councillor Moore.
Does Yvonne want to answer and then I'll follow up, or
Yeah.
I can just answer?
Yeah, do you want to go?
I can answer. So we looked at the bicycles. We do currently charge a price of £1, and we felt that an excessive increase to £3 would be excessive. So we've asked for it to go up to £1.50 in the fare chart that I'm going to be proposing later this evening. With regards to the dogs, it is an unusual request that we ask passengers to have to charge more to carry animals. And we felt that we looked around all the different other local authorities, and most local authorities do not charge for dogs or for animals, which was the original request from the trade. I'm proposing that we don't charge for the addition of animals, because it will then work out what is an animal, what isn't an animal, and does it then take us on to asking for other things to carry that are then charged for. So my proposal is we increase bikes by 1.50, but we don't charge for animals.
Thank you, Yvonne. Did you want to add anything further, Councillor Moore? No. Okay. Sorry, the writing's so small. Afzal, sorry, I couldn't see. You've got 2 minutes. If you would like to ask a follow-up question as well, you can ask a follow-up question now.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So what we're proposing is, obviously, I know what you're saying, animals, and it's going to be quite confusing for passengers as well. But if something could be put down like large, you don't get anything else. You won't get people coming in with a turtle or anything like that at all. So it's just going to be large dogs. So it will just be large dogs or dogs that aren't in cages. The bikes. The problem with the bikes is, as you know, when it's raining, that's when people want to get a taxi. So if people are queuing to get on a taxi, but someone looks at it and says, "Oh no, it's quite muddy. No, I don't want to take you," which is what's been happening. So we're only proposing this because then the driver will say, actually, yes, it's still worth it because they can get the car cleaned or whatever. So this is the reason why we were asking for this, because we just think it will be more appealing for the drivers to take it, because they're not forced upon, and then people will say, well, why aren't you taking it? Fold-up bikes, obviously, or bikes that can go into the back, they won't be charged. So it's only purely for that reason. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, did you want to come in?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for coming. And we do value your input. On these two matters, we feel that we would rather not charge for dogs, and that a £1.50 charge is suitable for bikes. In relation to your point earlier about CCTV and other issues and changes for drivers, we did agree on Monday at Licensing Committee to review the CCTV position and report back on that. So it is important to us to work with the trade, and I understand that Yvonne has met with a number of representatives this week. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we've already had a meeting with Yvonne, so thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next speaker, and I'm not sure if they're here because they said they might be unwell. Eddie Holland, I don't think they're on the screen. No. Okay, so we'll move on. Sorry?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Eddie and Eddie isn't here as well, so I spoke on behalf of CCLT, which was...
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so the next speaker, oh yeah, you're up here already. So Camille Winnick, you're the next speaker. So you have three minutes to ask your question, and then we'll respond, and then you have another 2 minutes for a follow-up question as well. So you have 3 minutes now.
Okay, so I'll just try to be brief as I can. So basically, in my opinion, well, this meter increase is important for us because obviously the trade was suffering a lot through the pandemic and other costs. However, we can't constantly increasing putting the cost onto the passengers, and we need to start thinking how we can improve our trade to actually bring the better service for our customers without increasing the costs for them. So I'll just read what I wrote, and I think that's where we're gonna get what I want to say. So, dear committee, this fare increase sadly is necessary and very welcome by the tradesmen whose income has been devastated by the pandemic as well as the higher fuel and energy prices. On Tuesday, trade have a good meeting with interesting meetings with Ms. Yodel. Sorry for a second, I just need to connect myself for a charge. So, with Ms. Yodel, so Yvonne. So on Tuesday, trade have a good and very interesting meeting with Ms. Yvonne on the position of one of the position on agenda was sustainability of the Hackney carriage trade and minimum wage per hour that we don't meet. Hackney carriage trade care about our customers, and that is why we decide to explore taxi policy potential to be more accessible and competitive in the modern days taxi market. At that meeting, interesting point come out, dual vehicle license for Hackney carriages. This update to policy, if successfully applied, would open modern taxi market to Hackney carriage operators. Hackney carriage have the biggest fleet of wheelchair accessible vehicles in Cambridge. At the moment, customers of the world's biggest private hire companies, which are operating as well in Cambridge, do not have access to our wheelchair fleet. Access to Cambridge biggest wheelchair fleet for those who need it the most, it wouldn't be the only benefit of that update. Indirectly, it would improve things like reducing traffic, decrease pollution, improve residential parking, as Hackney carriages got designated ranks to apply for the job. At this point, Hackney carriage operator already have dual taxi badge, dual insurance cover. However, single vehicle license still restrict us from entering to the modern taxi market. I hope the committee will support us in our work over this policy update, as it could stabilize fair meter price for taxis. Thank you.
That was perfect timing. That was exactly 3 minutes. So great. Yvonne, did you want to come in and answer, or Councillor Moore?
I'm happy to start the answer.
Great.
As I've already said at the meeting on Tuesday, there is no reason why we need to have dual plates on the vehicles. I explained the reasons behind that, and it really is for the trade to determine how they want to run their business. That isn't down for the licensing authority to work out what their business and their wages would be. So as far as I'm concerned, we do operate a dual badge for the drivers, but there isn't a need to run a dual plate for the vehicles.
Very much. So you have another 2 minutes. Camille, do you come back if you have any follow-up questions? Thanks.
So the dual vehicle license, if we will go following the bookings procedure, so what we get is Hackney vehicle cannot charge over the meter price doing the Hackney carriage duties. We cannot overcharge over the meter price, which is set. However, we already do private hire bookings with the companies which kindly agreed to adapt them prices up to our meter standards. However, the global companies, private hire companies, do not do that, and they happy to have a surge price when its demand is higher, and then have a smaller price when demand is lower. Basically, we're already doing a private hire jobs. So the only what restricts us to fully fulfill the private market demand, private hire market demand, is the private hire vehicle license. So basically, in section 4, I'll just quickly read the. Let's find it. Okay, so handbook of taxi handbook, Cambridge taxi handbook, section 4, private hire vehicle specification. Vehicle cannot be silver, private hire. Dual plating. The council will not grant a license if it's licensed by another authority. There is nowhere saying that the Hackney carriage vehicle cannot look like a private hire vehicle. The main difference between public hire and a private hire is for the member of the public
Kamal, your 2 minutes are up. Do you want to wrap up your sentence?
Okay.
Thank you. Are you finished? Yeah. Okay. Yvonne, can you come back, or Councillor Moore?
I've already explained in the meeting that that if once a Hackney carriage, you can also be a private hire and you can operate as a private hire. Section 4 of the handbook is relating to you can't be licensed with 2 different local authorities, so you can't have a vehicle license with South Cambs and with the city. That's what the section 4 of the handbook is saying. But I have explained the use of dual plates on vehicles on Tuesday.
That's great, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to the next speaker now. So we have John Preston. Is John Preston? Oh, you're in the room. Great. Okay, John, so you have 3 minutes to ask your initial question, and then you'll have 2 minutes of follow-up after the response.
Right. Thank you, Chair. You've all received the open letter on behalf of the Cambridge Market Traders Association, FECRA, Cambridge Market Community, Friends of Cambridge Market and Living Streets, Cambridge. I asked for the open letter, Councillor Healy's response, and my reply this morning to be read into the record as part of the report. There are further reasons why I asked for this report to be deferred. The public consultation responses are the closest this project has got to a publicly agreed brief. I call for a comprehensive independent report on the consultation, such as is being provided under item 9 for the public art strategy. Fresh eyes are essential to identify the public's wishes and priorities. These will be among many competing demands on the limited space available, yet the report has no feasibility assessment on how competing demands can be reconciled. The cultural team's initial options report could have been helpful, but it's not in the papers. Why not? I do welcome a more strategic approach in section 3, but the list of topical issues is incomplete. Growth pressures and capacity issues are not mentioned, nor are policy initiatives, notably the Historic Core Management Plan. Only city recovery gets detailed coverage in a report which does not look beyond the edges of the market square. The report says that the City Council is reviewing its assets, but without mentioning its own listed buildings, the Guildhall and the Corn Exchange. Any strategic consideration of activities in the city centre should surely consider the market square in conjunction with the Guildhall and the Corn Exchange, and in particular their ability to house evening events without disturbance to surrounding occupiers, particularly residents and students overlooking the square. And what, if any, discussion has there been between officers, councillors, Cambridge Bid, and owners of properties fronting on the square, including Keys, Kings and the China Centre, among others, to see if the plans for the market fit into their needs and plans? When will the council notice that the 2 oldest secular buildings on Market Hill, including number 5, which is listed grade 1, urgently need viable use? Yet 2 recent applications for flats at 3 to 4 Market Hill, which would have secured the future of that listed building, were scotched by Environmental Health, who consider that even existing market noise would make them uninhabitable. If that's the case for proposed new residential, what's the situation for existing flats and student accommodation? And how could any increase in noisy activity be compatible with these existing uses? None of these issues and interrelationships feature in the report before you, which fails to fully understand both the immediate and the wider strategic context. In my view, any decision needs to be deferred, and I look forward to seeing a more comprehensive report that really does embrace both the constraints and the opportunities brought to a future committee. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So we have, for the officer, we have Fiona Bryant, and we also have Councillor Moore. So who'd like to take this? I think Rosie's frozen up. Are you happy to answer, Fiona, or looks like Rosie's frozen?
I'll make a start then, and Councillor Moore can come in. Hi, John. It's lovely to see you, as ever. Thank you. I think it's fair to say that there are a number of things obviously going on in the city strategically, and it would be very difficult to list all of them. And therefore, what we've listed are those that most specifically have a direct impact on this project. The council has a number of assets, and yes, you're absolutely right. The Guildhall and the Corn Exchange are two of those. They are mentioned particularly in regard to some of the work we're doing on climate change. They are being looked at in terms of the overarching management of our assets. But again, we wanted to focus this report specifically on this project as far as possible, rather than straying the scope into a whole load of other specific things about those projects, but they are being taken into account. And one of the reasons why this report states, I hope quite clearly, that the Market Square project has been, in a sense, all of the information that's already been collected we are taking into account, but it's been stripped back, if you like, almost to the basics again, is because we do know that there's a lot going on. We know there's an awful lot of things that we have to take into account going forward. We do know that, having done a little bit more detailed work on some of the previous plans, there are considerable challenges in even taking some of those forward. But we felt that it was important to come back to the committee and to public scrutiny to give a report based on what we're doing at this particular time. You mentioned key stakeholders around the square. Absolutely, yes. Some of those were very strong respondents to the consultation. I have meetings set up with Great St Mary's, the bursar from Gonville and Keys, for instance, in the next 6 weeks, and we'll be meeting with them specifically, and hopefully they will also become part of the proposed stakeholder liaison group. But if they choose not to, we will be engaging directly with them, because they are adjacent businesses and therefore key stakeholders, as we would do on any project. Finally, I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the specific case you mentioned about the flats, but I will go away and look into that. And I do absolutely take the point you made about noise in the square and all of the things that we need to consider with the project going forward. What I would comment on the document, that we asked Cultural Services, as you're very familiar with this project, sorry John, I would say that when it was in its previous incarnation, if you like, there were a number of suggested things that might come forward for events, and there was a lot of concern from market traders, yourself and others, about what that actually meant. So part of the work we've been doing is talking to Cultural Services, who run a lot of these events, or have run a lot of these events and are doing in future, about the sorts of things that they believe might be able to take place alongside the 7-day market within the space that we may have, depending on the outcome of all sorts of other challenges and investigations around the market. Their initial piece of work is summarised in the report because it's a very initial look. It came with a lot of caveats. So you might be able to do this if you have the right electrics, if you have the space, hence why it needs further work to actually put into any sort of format where it could become even a proposed option for going forward. So therefore it was an internal report. It wasn't a full report, it was an initial look at, and there is a lot of further work to do on that alongside all of the rest of the issues in the project. So I hope that has answered, I think, most of the questions you put just now, but happy to back that up if you need any.
I see that we've got Councillor Moore back. Was there anything you wanted to add?
I think that's fine. I'll just see what the follow-up is.
That's great, thanks. So, John, you have 2 minutes for a follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. I think the first thing I'd like to raise is that we were originally expecting a report back on the public consultation at the scrutiny meeting last October. The reporting of the public consultation is really quite incomplete in this report, and I've already highlighted the comparison with the public art one. Now, 90% of the responses were actually submitted before the demountable stalls actually arrived. But what I'm not seeing is the opportunity being taken to use that public consultation to look again at the brief. And this is where the initial work that has been done with cultural services and a lot of discussions that the market traders have had and the work you're doing with cultural services should all be feeding back into a revised brief along with a thorough examination of the constraints. And we are, in a way, right back at stage one. But this is, I would comment, this is hopefully a reset and a good basis for it. But I think it would be imprudent, certainly, to go further with this report, and certainly imprudent to take the decision to actually go forward with a delegation proposal that we criticised strongly in the open letter until we've got the report back on the public consultation and a much fuller assessment of what the potential options are. Thank
you. Shall I?
You were going to come in, Councillor Moore?
Thank you. Yes, I'd just like to say with regards to the delegation, that's just normal procedure for a council project like this. If you look at the governance as laid out on page 142, it's very clear that all the standard procedures and processes, opportunities for scrutiny and opportunities for public consultation are not in any way changed by this delegation. And in fact, as has been said, we're setting up this liaison group to include stakeholders throughout every step of the way, as we have done throughout this project from the very, very start. We have had consultation with stakeholders, consultation with traders throughout, and of course we've already had one set of public consultation. With regards to why it's not come back, yes, I'm very sorry. We had hoped to bring it back sooner. We had over 1,000 responses. There was a lot of opportunity within the consultation to give free form responses. So it's been a lot of work to collate it all and to make sure that we do take on board all of the views expressed. All of that work has been done. The final bits are the sort of making it readily available, the visuals to be shown, and that as soon as that's ready, it will be updated on the website. I just, with regards to are we changing the brief for this project is to renovate the market, our 7-day-a-week market, to guarantee its future so that it's able to function as a high quality market and environment in our city centres, and alongside that renovate the market square. So no, we are not changing the brief. That has been our aim from the very beginning, and that's at the heart of this project. And of course, as has been mentioned a number of times, this project is long overdue, and so we want to make sure that when we do eventually achieve the aims of this project, that it's future proofed. And so building in some flexibility is the most sensible and reasonable thing to do. Thank you.
Thanks. And Fiona, you wanted to come in as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to add and reassure everyone on the delegation. And there was an error in the recommendation, totally my fault. It was there in the draft. I don't know what happened in the final, but our normal delegation, when we delegate authority to any officer, it's in consultation with the exec councillor, chair and spokes of the committee. It's still said in the recommendation in consultation with the chair and spokes. So that does bring in councillors, elected councillors. It's not just a delegation of authority without any elected councillor mandate, but it should have also had the exec councillor in there. And that was totally my fault. But it also mentioned in that recommendation, and I'm sorry if it wasn't clear, but it also very clearly did state, or I thought it did, that effectively all decisions that are required to come to scrutiny, key decisions that is, and there are criteria laid out in the Constitution which inform what comes to scrutiny and what doesn't, will still be met. And it is quite normal. We have a very strong corporate programme office within the council. We have very strong reviews and assurances and checks and balances over officer activity on projects that are escalated up to the leadership team at that height. We have a programme management system that incorporates that. It is reported to exec councillors as well. I have a monthly meeting with Councillor Moore on the project. I have a weekly meeting with the project team. So at officer level, there are checks and balances, but it is very much the delegation is always in consultation with exec councillor, chair and spokes, and everything that is required to come to committee for decision on this project going forward would be coming to committee. Just on the consultation, I think it is fair to say that the difference between this consultation and the one on the public arts strategy is the vast majority of the public arts strategy surveys were on questions that were specifically, you tick one box for the answer. The vast majority of questions on this particular consultation, both sides of it, had a lot of free text narrative, as Councillor Moore has said. Therefore, it isn't as easy to tabulate. We have done a lot of the review. In fact, we've done all of the review, and I think the summary at Appendix 1 actually gives a strong flavour of what those responses were. As Councillor Moore stated, the team have had an awful lot on over the last few months, and what we simply haven't done is the final graphics, putting it together, making sure that we have all the right comments under the right themes for tabulation where we can. And the only reason that I say in the report, which I know you've picked up on, John, that it's going back to exec councillor first is not because Councillor Moore hasn't seen it. It's simply as a courtesy. And as you yourself point out, you want to make sure that elected members have a say in this. So it's a courtesy to go to the exec councillor before it is published on the website. But it will be up by the end of April. And it's simply because the team have not had time to put it in presentation mode to date.
Great, thank you. So we're out of time now. We've gotten to 35 minutes. So as I said already, the other questions will all be noted from public speakers, and we'll provide a written response after the meeting. So that concludes the public questions portion. We're now going to move on to agenda item 11, which is the proposed improvements to the Market Square. So moving on to that report. So the presenting officer is Fiona Bryant, Director of Enterprise and Sustainable Development. So if you could introduce this item, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. And obviously we've already been talking about the project. I don't intend to go over the background, but I would like, despite a lot of the challenges, to commend the team on this project for all the hard work and the engagement that they did and all of the feedback they collated that is on the website to date. it was clear last year, with the number of questions coming in, that there were concerns and that there was perhaps some misunderstandings about some of the communication and some of the perception about some of the reports on the project. And it was agreed that I would actually have a look at the project, given that I was the director under whose auspices it didn't come, and I would review the project and have a look at it going forward. So I did, as completely independently, go over all of the information that was provided. And I think it's clear that in principle, there was an awful lot of feedback which demonstrated that people were in support of some changes to make improvements to the square, to make sure that it was more accessible, to make sure it was more open, to be able to enjoy it further. There was extremely strong support for the 7-day market. And could I say and reiterate Councillor Moore's point, that the project has never been, there's never been any suggestion that there shouldn't be a 7-day market in the square. The council's commitment has been to that. The only point at which the market may have to operate elsewhere would be during any period of any actual redevelopment work, if that work could not be phased. There are a huge number of things that we have to take into account, as Mr. Preston has already pointed out. And, you know, not least because the surface around the square and the surface on which the market stalls currently reside broadly is listed. The granite cesses are listed, the fountain is listed, the railings are listed. There are huge amounts of entrances and exits and a huge number of listed buildings and other heritage assets around the square. And therefore what we have done is we have effectively stripped the project, if you like, back to the beginning. That does not mean that we have lost any of the information that's been fed in. So in terms of the recommendations, all I would say is we are not making any recommendations about a project per se. What we are making is a recommendation to approve an amended vision. Now, a vision is supposed to be a short, inspirational picture of the future. It is not supposed to describe everything that you might be doing to achieve that vision. So what we've done is we've taken into account the proposed vision before, we've stripped it back to the, if you like, the inspirational picture of the future. We've looked at some of the comments in the recent consultation and we've included a number of those, not all of them by any means, but a number of those showing you the breadth and width of the contributions, the desires, the wishes and the opinions of people. And we have simply brought that back in a shorter, more succinct, I hope, aspirational, and indeed I have actually reflected some of the words actually provided by the public speaker tonight within that vision. So we would hope that approving that vision, which does give us, if you like, the underpinning principle and aspiration within which we will take forward a project, should it be, whatever that might be in the future, is important that we do get that approved. The other point I would make is that we were looking more strategically across the city, and there are a couple of very large projects which the council is engaged in, which do contribute or could make an impact on the square and indeed on the project. The first one of those is comes under the council's climate change strategy, and we are working very closely with the university to explore the potential for a heat network. And what that means is the provision of heat, which is likely to sit under rather than at ground level within the city. Some work has been done previously which would suggest that the market square or under the market square may provide sufficient heat to contribute to a heat network which might be able to support, for example, buildings such as the Guildhall and the Corn Exchange, which are tight for space and where they do not have the room for plant to do any other type of less carbon hungry heating and power. At this moment in time, all we have on that project is a potential bid, which has to be made by May, into the Heat Network Delivery Unit for a feasibility study. And that feasibility study is predicted, if we get the funding, to report in December. That will indicate, we hope, a little bit more detail about the potential and the feasibility for deriving heat from under areas of the city, such as the Market Square, such as possibly Parker's Piece, etc., and other areas. But at that point in time, there is still a lot of work to do. The second project is as a result of, if you remember, the Greater Cambridge Planning Team did some work on the Making Spaces for People, SPD, and Greater Cambridge Partnership has drawn that forward in various ways in terms of city access and now the Making Connections. And this is looking at the road hierarchy within the city and is likely to go to consultation this summer. Now, the possible benefits of that were the local roads to be suggested and proposed for a change in hierarchy would be potentially support for more pedestrianism and cyclists rather than vehicular. And of course, for the Market Square development, that could well be a benefit. However, for both of those projects, should there be changes to either road hierarchy or indeed to the surface of the square, we feel very strongly that it's really important that any of those changes are planned and done at the same time, and not, therefore, we don't risk either having to dig up the listed granite sets twice, or indeed any other part of the Market Square, or indeed move the market any more than we have to, whilst some of that work is ongoing. Otherwise, there is a long way to go on this. I do absolutely appreciate that there was a lot of concern about the demountable stools. We had a lot of feedback in the consultation. We will be taking all of that into account. We will be considering all the options. We will be looking at all of the models for slightly more easily removable stools, potentially in certain areas of the market that the national markets and others have put forward. And there will be a huge amount of work on it. But this is a reset. It is very much about working with stakeholders. It is about working with the stakeholder group to engage on a more regular basis with key stakeholders. And it is about making sure that we actually do develop the detail for a concept design going forward that is deliverable and will be coming back for further discussion at committee or indeed before it's taken forward to any planning. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So I note we do have an amendment for this item, so we'll take debate on the substantive first again, and then we'll move on to the amendment. So do we have any questions or speakers on the report? Councillor Davies and then Councillor Payne.
Thank you. I wanted to raise something that I know that Councillor Gilderdale was hoping to speak about at the meeting, but she has been able to stay. But I just wondered whether it would be possible to hear a little bit more about what the chances are for improving safety on Market Square as part of the programme. So just looking at, bearing in mind, essentially, if we're looking at things like lighting and the fact that there are so many nighttime economy venues really close to the Market Square, just looking at what the safety improvements might look like for, thinking particularly about groups like women at night. And yeah, it would just be useful to hear a little bit more about what the opportunities for safety improvements might be. Thank you.
Councillor Payne, and then we've Councillor Hawke on the live stream as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got two questions, if that's okay. I think one's quite a quick one, which is relating to page 142 under the governance, communications and engagement list, and the list of representatives. It mentions other key stakeholders. I just wanted to check whether that would also include opposition members from both parties within that, or from all three parties, sorry, within that group, as other key stakeholders to sit as part of that liaison forum. And then at the top of page 121 with recommendation 2.3, I think Councillor Porro has discussed this with you today, Fiona, and we just raised some concerns around with the delegation to the director. What levers do we then have as an opposition group should we then wish to bring that back into committee for scrutiny? So I appreciate that we'll be informed and engaged with and spoken to and all of that, but that is different to it coming to public scrutiny. So I just wondered what our levers there will be to bring that back should we feel the need to do so. Thank you.
And Councillor Hawke.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, a lot of work has gone into this already, but I've noticed that almost all respondents of the consultation were from Cambridge, which means that the survey did not reach visitors from even surrounding villages or let alone tourists. So conclusions from this survey may therefore be based on incomplete and possibly misleading data because the selection of the participants basically was biased. So do we have any data on how many visitors are from surrounding areas or tourists and how much money they actually spend on our market and on what? Of course, locals will want more grocery and fewer food stalls, but tourists won't go to the market to buy cabbage. So I don't think we have enough information to really make a good decision based on this survey. So if we survey again, we have to make clear that we reach all relevant populations and ask the right questions. And the second point, if I may, it's of course great to hear that a 7-day market is a priority for the council. Of course, commitment would have been stronger. But at the same time, it's also a bit vague. I mean, can you guarantee that the 7-day market will be for independent traders rather than for traders, for example, that belong to a certain agency? And especially that our current traders can continue to trade. Thank you.
Fiona, did you want to come in yet?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So firstly, on the safety aspects, I think there are a number of aspects of this, and clearly we will be talking with police colleagues, for example. But I think what is clear from the feedback from both the most recent consultation and previous workshops and other engagement is that there is a feeling that particularly when the market itself is not there in the evenings, it is quite an unfriendly place. It's a dark place. And there are a number of things that we will be looking at for that. One of those, and interestingly enough, a separate point was made about connectivity to the surrounding streets. But one of the ways of perhaps opening it up so it's easier to see and easier for CCTV to penetrate, for example, is by looking at a different orientation for stalls. One of which is how the canopies of the stalls are placed. One of which is to promote a more friendly and place to gather in the evening. And we are looking at use of the stalls and canopies, for example, in a different way in the evening for more seating and eating and things like that. So it is a more friendly place to gather. And we will be looking at obviously lights, power, etc., and all of those aspects, and we'll be bringing those together to see what that looks like in the sense of design in the end game. Sorry, Councillor Payne, key stakeholders. The answer is yes. Short answer is yes. Very much the liaison group will be ward members, all spokes and opposition spokes. So very much engaged in that. It isn't a decision-making group, and the only reason, I suppose, or one of the reasons it's not, is primarily because Cambridge City Council is responsible for management of its assets, and Cambridge City Council has constitutional decision-making processes. So whatever is discussed, and Councillor Porro will be very familiar with a similar model we had around Park Street, is for engagement and agreement and input at the point where there is something which requires a decision because it meets the criteria, that would come back to committee for discussion, for scrutiny in public, and then approval by exec councillor. So if I can give an example, it's likely that we would be discussing a paper on the proposals on a design in the stakeholder liaison group. We would obviously be amending those in regard to some of the input from that liaison group. The report coming out of that, which maybe had a proposal on it at the point where it required a decision, would then come to committee for scrutiny in public. Yes, finally, sorry, Councillor Houck. I think that the quick answer is that we promoted the consultation widely. Obviously, it is people's choice whether they are interested in something and wish to respond. Effectively, there were over 1,000 responses. I think that's a lot on a consultation of this type. If you look at some of the planning consultations, you know, there were 4,000 on the whole of the North East Cambridge Area Action Plan, for example. This is a much smaller, potentially a much smaller project, and there were obviously a quarter of the number, which I think is quite a lot. The CB postcode actually covers wider than Cambridge City. It covers South Cambs as well. So there were people from outside the city who were responding. And I think by the number of comments that came back in the free text, we did actually get a very wide range of views from both visitors, traders, businesses around the city or adjacent to and around the city, and others. So I think it was quite representative. And the answer to your question is the council is committed to a 7-day market. If we want to improve the square and make it the square that befits the centre of a global city like Cambridge, we will be looking to make improvements. We are intending that there should be benefits to the 7-day market from that point of view. This particular project will not necessarily be looking at who or what the traders will be. That comes under the markets operation more. But as far as I'm aware, there is certainly no intention to particularly move away from independent traders or traders similar to those who are currently represented. But Councillor Moore may have more to say on that.
Councillor Moore, did you want to come in?
Thank you. Yes, I'll just reply on that last bit about the separation between this project, which is about the physical infrastructure of the market and the market square, and then the management of the market. So we don't have any plans to change the management of the market, other than the general updates and improvements that we're always trying to see. So there will be no changes. And with regards to the information that came back on the consultations around the market management, that won't change anything in regards to the project, but it might inform some of the ways that the market is managed now. Although I would say it seems from those responses that there was quite a lot of comments about people not liking the hot food stalls. We are also aware on the ground that the hot food stalls are very popular. And actually another response, another set of responses to the consultation was the desire to have more tables and chairs so that visitors and residents can make the most of the hot food stalls. So it's complicated, but also it changes. Times change, and that's why we will need this project to have some flexibility built into it, so that the future of the market and the future of the project to give it long-term sustainability. Thank you.
So I saw a hand up with Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I welcome this report. When I became a councillor 10 years ago in opposition, the market was always being asked then to be improved. and nothing happened. And we said once we got ourselves sorted out, when we took control, we would sort the market out. And it's pleasing that it's a very complicated project, as we've heard, but it's nice to see that we're listening to what people are saying, that we are prepared to change. Our vision was 32 lines before. What a lengthy vision that was. No business would take that on board. It's now down to 10 lines. And again, we've said this is a draft vision as well, not the final one as well. So it's good to know that we are listening. It's complicated. We won't please everybody, but we are getting there. And it's good to see that we're getting, other people involved now who can put their ideas in as well. So I welcome Fiona's input now into pulling this project along, and it's still going to be a bumpy ride, but we're on the ride, and the market will be made a fantastic market that's fit for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. So I think we'll move on to the, is this on the general debate, yeah? Yeah, okay, Councillor Copley.
Thank you, Chair. So I've just got a number of questions, many of which may be quick to answer. The first one is to refer to the public questions and noting the continuing discontent and sense of alienation which has been widely expressed by traders and the public about proposals coming forward about the market. Why do Executive Council and officers believe it's been so difficult to take the public with them on this journey? And I understand there's been some changes in the way this proposal is being developed. So what will the change be going forward to build trust with the market traders? And what's the timeline of that? That's my first question. And my second question was to clarify, the traders were expecting a steel structure to appear to be overwintered, which didn't appear. So, you know, what will happen next with that? Why did that not happen? It's my second question. My third question is asked that we have a clear start date for the stakeholder group with a clear timeline and frequency committed to, so that particularly the market trader stakeholders can have trust rebuilt with them. That's my third question. And then question 4, we've mentioned that we had visitors from wider Cambridge captured as part of the consultation, noting that CB postcodes include South Cambridge and Cambridge. But there are a lot of tourists that come from elsewhere in the UK and further afield. So have we captured any tourists from non-Cambridgeshire or from abroad? And if not, how and when can we to take their views into account as well? And that's my fourth question. And my fifth question is to just clarify what happens if one or both of the spokes disagree with the decision with this proposed delegation with the Executive Council and the spokes. Can I clarify, would it automatically come back to the scrutiny committee, or would the opposition spokes' views be disregarded? Like, how do we deal with disagreement in that scenario? And Councillor Payne asked a similar question but wasn't very clear on the reply. And my final question is just sort of a gentle one, which is, why is the public so sceptical of ideas coming forwards and being unwilling to trust the transparency of the approach being taken? And it's a general comment about the number of public questions that have been submitted about this topic. Thank you.
Fiona, do you want to start off, or do you want to start, Councillor Moore?
I'm happy to start. So why the problems with traders and taking the public, why is that being difficult? So I think it started off really well. The first couple of workshops that we had were just for the traders, and actually they were really positive, and a general agreement really on what we and what traders wanted out of the project. There was a lot of support for the project, suggestions for fundraising, as I say, very positive. Unfortunately, then nearly a year later, we had the pandemic. It's a very challenging time, obviously for everybody, very stressful, but also very challenging for traders. And then we had the closure of the market square, of the market, and this sort of it changed the tone. And there's been quite a lot of misinformation and distrust. However, the team have been working really hard to rebuild that trust. And obviously, there's still some debate and discussion and disagreements, as of course there would be on any project of this size. But I hope and believe that we're in a much better position now. And we have taken views on board. That's been the aim of the project from the very beginning, to work together, not just with traders, but with all users of the market and all residents of Cambridge, because even if they're not regular users, it's still all of our market square that we should be able to get the most of. What's the timeline for the liaison group? So we feel that it would be best to, in part, decide that with the liaison group. Obviously, that's it. We'll need to do it. With regards to the stakeholders, the traders do have regular meetings and have been kept more up to date, but the liaison group is something separate. With regards to responses from people outside of Cambridgeshire, I feel that that's been, responded to already by Fiona. We can't force people to respond to our consultation. I think it was about 7% were outside of Cambridgeshire, which I would have thought was higher than most consultations that we hold. And actually, if the residents and regular visitors to Cambridge wanted to have a say and did have a say, then it's important that they're the voices that we listen to. What will happen with the delegation, and if there's disagreement? Well, just as it happens with any other decision within the council, there may be disagreements at committee. Just like I don't believe all the votes have been unanimous this evening. It will be the same for this project. That the delegation, we're not suggesting that Fiona just runs with this and does it all her way. It's just that Fiona will be having the role of the project manager for this project, and all the standard regular procedures and processes, this will go through all of those. There are no changes there. I think that was everything.
One of you want to add something?
Just a couple of things. One is, I think Councillor Moore has suggested that, yes, I think the relationship became more difficult based on some specific things and some specific, perhaps, misunderstandings, communications. I certainly hope we absolutely intend to get back on track. I'm very happy to go on a Sunday night and meet with traders and take them through this report in more detail. They will absolutely be part of the stakeholder liaison group, and we certainly intend to have the first meeting of that, I hope in June, and dates will be going out. How often it meets will then be up to the group to determine, but it'll be based on, when there's progress to discover. I think the other question that perhaps Councillor Moore didn't answer was about the steel structure. I think I have sort of mentioned that clearly there was a lot of concern about the example structure that was showcased, or whatever the right word is, for the demountables. So we are going back to scratch on that. We've been talking to a huge number of markets across the country and with the National Market Association about examples of types that are used, and we will bring those back to the options, back to the liaison group. I've done quite a lot of extensive research around the windrows because that was also a concern, and I don't actually believe that should be a problem as long as we have the appropriate structure for the appropriate type of market trader, and some require heavier duty than others. So all of that work will be done, and we will be discussing that. And hopefully, if we can't bring example structures here all of the time, we might, if they have a chance, be able to take representatives of, or some market traders if they can get away. And I appreciate that's a problem to actually see some in situ in other places.
Yeah, I really want to wrap this up now. We're nearly 4 hours in and we still have quite a few bits to do. So we're going to move on to the amendment now. Yeah. So Katie, Councillor Porter, are you proposing it?
Yes, please, Chair.
Great, thank you. So you don't have, there's no time limit.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to pick up the question, talking of amendments, we were tempted to amend item 2.3 because we were a bit worried that even with exec councillor and spokes, we wouldn't kind of have a right to reject. But we didn't move an amendment, the Chair will be pleased, because we were hoping you could just confirm, because I think people have got a bit confused in the press. We're just saying is when the officer, Fiona, has delegated authority, if, for example, something came through where the two spokes were saying we don't agree with it, are you willing to confirm that we could then consider that, for example, at a scrutiny committee? We haven't amended it to force that. We would happily take your word on it. So that was the first thing that's a sort of non-amendment, really. And it just kind of hasn't quite been answered because I think people are thinking more. Because the Constitution is clear that opposition spokes cannot force it back to scrutiny unless the officer agrees it, or the exec councillor. So that's just why we're querying it, because I did check the Constitution because I'm that way inclined. So in terms of the amendments, and in fact the report on general, I'll cover that as well, as I didn't want to speak twice. There is a lot to welcome here. I absolutely welcome Fiona's really hard work on this. And I do agree, I think, with John, the Speaker, that this should be a reset, and a restart. And finding out about the heat network, the GCP and the road closure issues, which really hadn't come up before, and the waste issues, where the original report said we could do one thing, but obviously we can't. It's welcome that we kind of know where we are now, and that we're trying to engage this with the more strategic development of the whole area. And as I think various people have said, we don't want to dig up the Market Square twice. That would be absolute madness. It's a shame it's taken 2 years, but we're here, so we're grateful we've got this far. Obviously, 7-day market commitment is very welcome. Moving away from the flimsy demountable stalls, very welcome. And I would urge the exec councillor and Fiona, if they consider involving the National Market Traders Association, because I know they're doing a lot in Chesterfield, and I think in Peterborough, so quite near us, on exactly this kind of thing, looking at stalls that are robust and that suit a variety of purposes. So again, I'd be grateful if you could confirm if that's something you consider. The amendment we put forward, it's not a wrecking amendment. We're not asking to withdraw the paper, as some people had. We're not asking for much, really. We're just asking to, as you see, confirm that the vision is draft at the moment until we've got the full lot of consultations formally done. As Fiona says, hopefully there's not much to do on that. It's just a matter of neatening it up. And the second one, 2.4, it's really, I think Fiona already said, the stakeholder group is going to meet in June, which actually I think the next meeting of this committee is the 30th of June, where we actually consider business rather than the little one at council. So I'd be grateful if people would consider accepting these amendments, because I think this will just show the traders and the other stakeholders, the residents, the businesses, that we are engaging, that we are listening. And personally, I really welcome the stakeholder group. I appreciate it's not a decision-making body. It's not going to overrule anything, but what it is a really important line of communication between all the stakeholders, councillors, opposition or ruling group, officers, and all the people who are interested in this. So I hope you'll see these as what they are, which is just to strengthen it and pass back our reassurance, particularly to the traders, that we are engaging with them and we are willing to do that. And we would like to work on a cross-party basis with you all to do that. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Okay, do you want to speak to it now, Councillor Payne?
I don't think I have much more to add, really, Chair, for the sake of time. I think for us, just to kind of emphasise Councillor Porrow's final point, which is that we don't bring these to be political or to be irritating or anything like that. I think given our point here is that given the difficulty in the breakdown in relationships and what Fiona is trying to achieve with a reset here, we're seeking to kind of pin down within the reports and within the recommendations here some key points which I think really do matter to the traders and the other stakeholders. So I do hope you'll take these in the spirit in which they are offered, which is to make that really clear and help re-establish that relationship positively. It's not us trying to be political, it's us trying to kind of make sure we support Fiona and her team to get this right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So does the officer or Councillor Moore have any contributions they'd like to make on the amendment? Yeah, so yeah, if you want to go ahead, Fiona.
So I'd just like to clarify something on the delegated authority, and then Councillor Moore can comment on the proposed amendment. So Cambridge City Council operates under a lead exec councillor decision-making constitution. So the delegated authority to the officer or to myself is to work on aspects of a project that would be in line with officer delegations to carry out management and establishment or ongoing operation and management of a project like we would do for any other project within this council. At every stage of those projects, there will be some decisions which are non-key, which can be taken by the council, and those would be taken by the exec councillor. In terms of this project, should there be something that the exec councillor has proposed that we take to the liaison group, and opposition councillors who are there wish to challenge, wish to disagree with, that will be up to a discussion between them and the exec councillor to agree whether there is a change to whatever that option or decision at that stage may be. Any key decisions that are required that come under the criteria which meet the need to come to committee for scrutiny in public before the decision is taken would come to committee anyway. There will be debate, as there had been tonight. There will be a vote during which opposition councillors can obviously vote as they decide to do. And then the outcome of the vote will be taken, and then obviously the exec councillor at that point is asked to either approve whatever recommendation is put forward and voted on at that point, and that is then up to the exec councillor. So there are lots of areas where there can be disagreement, but in terms of disagreement on things that are not required to come to committee, that would then be for you and the exec councillor to have that debate between yourselves, and it would be up to the exec councillor to take the decision on whichever way the exec councillor decided to go.
Councillor Moore, want to come in?
Thank you. So we are aiming to have the first liaison group in June anyway. So I'm happy with the first one, although obviously in part this has taken longer than expected because everything's so busy and the team are under a lot of pressure. It's not that people haven't been working hard on this. Fiona, I may as well take this opportunity to thank Fiona for all of her work on this and the rest of the team. So yes, I think we can accept the June meeting, but I think there just needs to be some understanding of all the work that's gone into this so far. The second one on the vision, we have already updated the vision in regards to feedback. I don't think we need to get so hung up on the vision now. We want to move on. We've updated the vision from feedback, and I think that the new vision is the vision that we have for the project. I haven't heard today any changes that people would add. So I don't think that we should accept, I would not be minded to accept the second amendment, but accept the first. Thank you.
Yeah, if we're talking about the wording and we're using draft, you would have to look at the 4.4, the first bullet point, which doesn't mention the word draft. It says aim to achieve the agreed vision. So under this amendment, that would have to change as well. And our wording does state it's a draft vision because it can be changed again later on. So we're drafting here.
Sorry. I just want to check with Councillor Moore. I think you meant to accept, I'm very happy to accept the first one. I think you might have meant to accept the second one, not the first one. So the one you were accepting was the stakeholder liaison group, is that right? Yeah, so just...
Yeah, sorry if
That's
I
all right.
wasn't clear, or I mean, I wasn't not clear, I just said it the wrong way around. I'm not
I
very
may have
well.
addressed them in a different order. Could I just clarify, sorry, Chair, as well, that I think Fiona mentioned we're going to change it to exec councillor rather than chair. So presumably we can take that as, do we need to vote on that? I don't know.
Sorry, it's not exec councillor rather than chair. It should have read in consultation with exec
Okay.
councillor, chair and spokes,
I mean, I
rather
think
than
we're,
just chair.
we're
and
happy
spokes.
to accept that as given if you don't need to vote on it. I'm speaking for Councillor Copley and Payne, but I'm assuming we're, so we're good. It was, I think, Fiona was saying we need to add executive councillor into the one that's on the paper, so I just wanted to check that was okay. Yes, so we're happy to accept the exec councillor being added in, seems sensible. And then obviously we still want to stick with amendment 2.2, the second one, and 2.4.
Yeah, just before we move to the vote, I just want to make clear, obviously, Councillor Moore is unwell and is online, and we're really grateful she's joined us despite her being unwell. But because of that, she's not able to accept the recommendations. So normally under our constitution, the leader would accept them, but in the absence of the leader, the constitution provides that the deputy leader, Councillor Collis, can accept the recommendations. But what I'll do is I'll come to Councillor Moore first to get her view, and then we'll go to Councillor Collis to formally accept them. So in terms of the amendment, so for the first part of the amendment, can I have those in favour of the first part of Councillor Power's amendment?
That's 3 in support, Chair.
That's great. So that's not sorry, I'm tired, I'm really tired. So we're going to now move on to who's against the amendment.
5 against, Chair.
Okay, so that amendment's not carried. So now we're going to move on to the second part of the amendment, which is 2.4. Those in favour of the amendment?
Say it all present, Chair.
Great. And then just finally then, the substantive recommendations, those in favour of the substantive recommendations?
I'm so sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
Given that the exec council is very kindly accepted ones, can we vote in parts, please? So we take one at a time.
We
Just
have
'cause we-
voted in parts?
No, I mean for the 4 recommendations.
All right, okay, yeah.
Is that all right? Thank you.
Let me find them, hold on.
Page 120, Chair.
Page 120, let me see. So so we'll vote on them in part. So for those in favour of recommendations 2.1, can you raise your hand?
I'd say that's all, Chair.
Great. So those in favour of 2.2?
Again, Chair.
Those in favour of, oh yeah, that's twice, isn't it? Those in favour of 2.3?
5, Chair.
Those against 2.3? No, we're at 2.3 now.
2.2 is duplicated. So we have to vote on the first and the second.
Okay, so the 2.2, the second is 2.3. Those in favour of 2.3? Those against 2.3? Those abstaining on 2.3?
That's 3, Chair.
Okay, then, so 2.4, which is 2.3. So those in favour of 2.4?
That is as amended as by the opposition as well.
Yeah, as amended, yeah.
Oh, right, so that's the exec council bit, sorry, right.
Yeah. Okay, and those against and those abstaining?
5-3 then, Chair.
Um,
So 2.5, there's one more.
Yeah. Yeah, so 2.5, which is 2.4. So those in favour of 2.5, raise your hand.
Yeah.
Okay. So those recommendations are all carried. So I'll just ask Councillor Moore if she can kind of give her recommendation, even though we can't accept it. If she can give her recommendation, and then Councillor Collis will formally accept it. Thanks.
Yeah, I accept the recommendations, and I'd just like to once again thank Fiona and all the team for the work on this reset, and also the opportunity to bring these other projects and considerations into this one. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Collis, as Deputy Leader, do you accept the recommendations?
I'd like to congratulate everyone on understanding that vote. And yes, I do accept the recommendations.
Great, that's great. So now we're going to move on to item 12, which is a paper for noting, and so it's asset management and the decarbonisation plan progress report. The presenting officer is Will Barfield, who's the asset manager, supported by Lynn Thomas, head of housing maintenance and assets. And thank you so much for waiting so long to speak tonight. And I'd be really grateful if you could introduce the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, this is report. It's a progress update report on the actions that we've taken over the last 12 months in developing proposals for decarbonising some of the council's built assets. The background here is that the council's got a climate change strategy, which was we launched in 21 to 26, setting out a vision of how the council is going to get to net zero, with the target that the council will be net zero by 2030. This report is particularly looking at built assets, not other aspects of the council sort of portfolio and fleet and other things like that, but built assets, and particularly general fund built assets is covered by this report. Obviously, the council's got lots of buildings, a large housing stock, which is covered by the HRA, but this report is particularly about decarbonisation of general fund buildings. So that's including our offices, community buildings, commercial property, car parks, and other operational buildings, such as the Corner Exchange and the crematorium. In the last year, we've commissioned a number of reports looking at how we might go about decarbonising our buildings. And the report sort of summarises some of those activities. We've commissioned reports by Bouygues Energy and Services UK, which have looked at particularly decarbonisation measures. And then more recently, we've commissioned sort of building surveys with 30-year investment plans from another consultancy called Potter Raper Limited. And alongside that, we've been carrying out some of our own surveys with our own staff, particularly looking at a mechanical and electrical plant. And we're in the process of transferring that into a sort of a costed plan. So there's a whole range of different measures that could be used to decarbonise buildings. And there's a table in the report which sets out the buildings that this report has looked at. It's got the range of the council's buildings, in order of their current carbon dioxide emissions in 2021, according to the Greenhouse Gas Report. And then there's some budget costs in there, which are the estimated 30-year planned maintenance costs for these assets if we keep them, and that includes estimated costs of reaching net zero carbon by 2030. The report's then going on to say what the next steps are, because we need to do some more work before we can actually say the detailed costs of actually delivering net zero carbon by 2030 in the buildings. And there's some other context around that, which is a number of other council strategies, which includes the development of a revised corporate asset management strategy, taking into account other corporate initiatives such as the Our Cambridge programme and the office accommodation strategy. The report's making clear that a corporate asset management strategy will be brought to committee at some point once it's developed, and then once the strategy is confirmed, financing and project proposals for projects to achieve decarbonisation of selected buildings will be brought back to committee at the appropriate point. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. So does anybody have any questions on the update? Councillor Payne.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the officers for bringing this report to us, which is really helpful and interesting to read. I'm really glad to see this brought forward, as this report was actually a Liberal Democrat proposal, which we made in response to the budget setting report 2 years ago. And the reason we made this was actually we felt a very important one, which was that within that budget setting report, there was £750,000, I think it was, spelt on replacing the heating system in the Corn Exchange. And despite asking the question quite a few times and eventually asking it several times in committee, it only eventually came out then that this was a gas boiler. And at the time, the then Executive Councillor wasn't even aware it was going to be a gas boiler. So we have committed ourselves to running the Corn Exchange on fossil fuels for possibly the next 40 years, which is entirely at odds with the Council's claims to be aiming to be net zero. This was the reason why we asked for this report to come forward, to actually look at the boilers we have with it and the systems within our different buildings, so we can start planning to remove them all from being running on gas fuels. So I'm glad to see this come forward. It's such a shame that presumably the boiler has already been installed in the Corn Exchange, and thus we're committed to using fossil fuels for even longer, which I do think is really quite an embarrassment actually for this council. What I wanted to ask about is, with the list of replacement boilers, is the plan for those all to be non-gas? Are there anywhere that's going to be particularly challenging, or where we are going to have to resort to gas as an option? Thank you.
I'll just take a question from Councillor Hawke on the live stream as well before we move to answers.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I've got a quick one about, I think there are a few items, gas boilers were supposed to be replaced in 2021. And one of them is in my ward, in Trumpington Pavilion, which certainly needs replacing, but they clearly don't have the funds to do this themselves. So I was just wondering if you could provide an update on that. So if and when these gas boilers are going to be replaced. Thank you.
Do you want to come back?
Yeah, sure. The intention is certainly not to replace gas boilers where we can, provided we can find suitable alternatives. I think the biggest challenges in the buildings is probably the Corn Exchange and the Guildhall. And I heard earlier on in the meeting, I was in the discussion about the Market Square. Fiona mentioned the projects looking at the heat network. And it might be that solutions like that are the solutions to decarbonising some of those buildings in the town centre where there really isn't much space to put in alternative heating systems like large ground or air source heat pumps without some sort of district heating network. So they're the challenges. You're correct, there are some buildings there which we've got in the table which should have been replaced by now, but we haven't replaced those. Trumpington Pavilion we're looking at, it has got a gas boiler, and that might be one of the next buildings that we look at on here to work with the group that manage that building, because it's a leased out building, I think, to the community organisation. So we've got, under that lease, we've got certain repairing obligations and certain things which are the responsibility of that organisation. But we'll certainly be working with them to look at how we can change that gas boiler for alternative form of electric heating. And that might be one of the first projects here that we're looking at. And there's also Parsons Court, which the gas boiler there needs to be replaced. So we'll be trying to keep those gas boilers going as long as we can and we keep repairing them until we can find a suitable alternative. There'll be the priority buildings. On the table, it sets out the gas boiler replacement due dates, so you can see those on there.
Great, thanks, Will and Len. So do committee members accept the report? Yeah, yeah. And does the exec councillor stand in for Councillor Moore accept the update?
Yes, thank. Oh,
yeah, no, you should both
go for it, Rosie.
Yeah. That's great. Okay.
Thank you.
That's great. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Do you want a break? Yeah.
If we could have an adjournment, Chair, to rest me wrist. I've been minute taking for over 4 hours now, so it would be appropriate.
4 hours or something. Right, we'll have a 10-minute break. And we don't have too much afterwards, so hopefully we can, yeah. So just for the live stream, we'll be taking a 10-minute break and we'll be pausing the live stream. Okay, we're back live again, so welcome back to the attendees joining on the live stream or YouTube. So we're now going to move on to agenda item 13, Hackney charges, Hackney carriage taxi of taxi fares. So the presenting officer is Wangari Najari, Environmental Health and Licensing Support Team Leader, supported by Yvonne O'Donnell, Environmental Health Manager. And just before I hand over to you, I've noticed we've had an updated sheet on our tables. So if you can just, if the officers can just talk us through that as well. Thank you very much. Could the officer introduce the item?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, Wangari is unable to present, so it will be Yvonne O'Donnell presenting today. And also, I've had a bit of an IT issue as we were going through the meeting, so my camera has now failed. So unfortunately, I can't put my camera on, but hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, we can, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. So this is a Hackney Carriage Table of Fares report. It's an annual review of the Hackney Carriage Table of Fares, which is a legal requirement that it needs to come to scrutiny committee, which is why it's here tonight. Prior to January 2019, the report used to get reviewed on an ad hoc basis as requested by members of the trade. In January 2019, this committee agreed that we would use a methodology to implementation, an automated annual fare review in line with the Consumer Price Index published by the Bank of England. The methodology was implemented in 2021, and that then brought in the implementation of the existing chart fares in Appendix A, which came into effect on the 1st of April 2021. And obviously this is now an annual review of this table of fares. The methodology we are using may be slightly outdated with the increase in the Consumer Price Index and, as we all know, the increase in fuel costs. Therefore, at the request of the trade, we felt it was important that this needed to be reviewed and brought to this committee. Consultation took place in accordance again with legislation between the 18th of February 2022 and the 4th of March 2022. A total of 5 consultation responses were received as set out in Appendix B of this report. Taking account of the responses received, I propose the table of fares as set out in Appendix B as of the 1st of April 2022. And this is then increasing the tariff of the fare by 5.5%, which is in line with the Consumer Price Index on the 1st of February, as outlined in Table 2 of the report. And therefore, any subsequent meters on the meter was reduced by 160 meters from 165 meters. As it's all explained in the report. As you've heard earlier this evening, the trade have asked for additional increase in certain matters. I propose we increase the extra charges of carrying more than 5 passengers from £3 to £3.50, the carriage of bicycles from £1 to £1.50, and the soiling of vehicles from £80 to £100. And as discussed before, I don't see how we could justify then charging for animals at this point in time. The other issue we need to review as well is the fuel surcharge and using again an up-to-date methodology. This was last looked in 2012. Obviously, we are all aware of the fuel charges increases. So we are now looking at a different methodology to introduce a fuel charge of 40p when the price of diesel goes up to 179.9 per litre. And what we're asking for is the review of this whole process to be looked at every 5 years. So just to do an automated review at the price of the Consumer Price Index, as is each year. And this hopefully then will resolve the issue of it having to come to committee each year and then have a full review every 3 years. The amendment to the policy, the report as suggested by the chair, was that with the review of fuel charges, what we omitted to put in there to make it being quite clear is that the fuel surcharge can be charged as and when the price in diesel of 1.1779.9 per litre stays above that, but if it reduces below that, then the fuel surcharge cannot be charged. So that was, we just wanted clarification in that recommendation in the report. So that's the end of my presentation, so I can take any questions if needed.
Is there any questions, Councillor Ashton?
Just to prove I've read the report, page 180 mentions 175 years. I think it should be 175 yards on 513, and 514 makes mention again of 175 years, and I think it should be 175 yards.
All right, thank you for bringing that matter to my attention. I think that's a typo.
That's great. Any other questions? No. Councillor Moore, did you want to come in on anything?
No, I think that Yvonne's covered that all. Thank you.
Great. So we'll now move on to the vote. Those in favour of accepting the recommendations?
These are as amended, I believe, Chair, on the amendment sheet.
Oh yes, as amended on the amended sheet.
Yeah, that's 8, that's all, Chair.
Okay, and does Councillor Moore accept the recommendations, even though you're not formally accepting them?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Does Councillor Cullis accept the recommendations?
She does, Chair, yes, thank you.
Thank you, and I just wanted to say a really big thank you to Councillor Moore, because I know she's not well, and she was very, very good to join us all on the live stream, even despite being very unwell, so thanks very much to Councillor Moore. So we'll now move on. So we're now going backwards to item 8, which Councillor Collis will be answering to. But the officer presenting, who's been waiting a really long time tonight, is Graham Saint, who's on the live stream. So really sorry you've had to wait so long. And if you could present, the update, that would be great.
Thanks. Well, I'll be fairly quick, I think. It's a requirement of the council's constitution that we provide you with annual updates on the key strategic partnerships that we're involved with. So for this committee, that's 2 partnerships: Community Safety Partnership and Health and Wellbeing Partnership. The Community Safety Partnership follows a kind of regular cycle of reviewing evidence, assessing priorities, preparing a plan, and then reviewing the success of that plan. So that's detailed within the report. And we have a kind of a principles of partnership working. So all information is published online, so there's a high degree of openness and transparency. The other partnership that's included in the paper is the Health and Wellbeing Partnership. Now that hasn't actually met during the course of the year, so there's not a great deal to report on, except that in the paper I provided some of the context that's going to be influencing future partnership arrangements, but they're still yet to formally emerge. So there's a lot of discussion that's happening at county level between the former CCG and the County Council's Health and Adults Committee, and the proposals have been examined by the health scrutiny function at county level. So there is little to report, except that the kind of ground is shifting and may well result in new arrangements that come forward. And that's it, I'm afraid.
Thanks very much. And I should have said you're the strategy officer at the council. So does anyone have any questions on the update? Okay, Councillor Payne, Councillor Ashton, and Councillor Copley. Did you have your hand up? Yeah. So Councillor Payne, Councillor Ashton, and Councillor Copley.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the update. I've just got two questions. I understand with the health partnerships, there's currently quite a lot of uncertainty around how they'll integrate with us as a council and the role of members within that, and I appreciate you don't know the answer to that yet. And so, something we discussed within our opposition councillors pre-meet was whether it would be possible to hold, once the picture becomes clearer, whether it would be possible to hold a briefing for all members to look at the role of those different partnerships, because they sound like they could be incredibly important, particularly given the disparity of health outcomes across the city based on different areas. So it'd be great to understand more as we learn more about our role working with them and what's kind of, what that could achieve really. My second question is around specifically the community safety reports. And I think Councillor Hawke probably wants, if he's still here, probably wants to pick up on an item here as well relating to this. We, within this council, just a couple of weeks ago, I think we brought a motion looking at safety around the city centre, in particular drink spiking. And something which was talked about at the time was how that was a key priority for the Community Safety Partnership. So I'm just quite surprised to see no reference to that within that section of the report. And so I wonder whether there's a reason for that, or whether that's something that the partnership is looking at bringing online as a priority in the future, as it appears to be affecting the city really quite dramatically. Thank you.
I think Councillor Collis oversees the community safety. Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the officer for bringing this report. I think I'm the only councillor here that was around when this was brought in. It was opposed by the Liberal Democrats at the time, but we were facing such pressure for the unruly behaviour in these places that action had to be taken, and the residents thanked us for the action we've taken. I know some people said it might have seemed heavy-handed, but action had to be taken to control what was happening, and people can now walk about in a bit more safety compared to what was happening those years ago. So I realise things move on, but we need to still keep this protection order on so we can work out the best way of going forward. Thank you again.
Thank you. And Councillor Copley, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got a comment on each of the parts of the external partnership report and a couple of questions aimed at the executive councillor. So the first is regarding the integrated care system for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, which is often abbreviated as ICS. I'd just like to bring to the meeting that the government's health and care bill, which is the backdrop to this, has been widely criticised by campaigners. And the Unite Union has branded it the NHS privatisation bill, with General Secretary Sharon Graham saying that it will be used to further run down the NHS and bring in more privatisation by the back door. And I'd hope we'd all agree that the NHS needs to be comprehensive, universal, free at the point of use, and based on meeting patients' clinical needs, not on the statutory integrated care board's financial considerations. So I just would like to share some other specific concerns on the bill, which appears to not require that the NHS must be safely staffed in all service areas, or necessarily to employ all frontline and clinical staff on the basis of national terms and conditions, as in Agenda for Change, nor that all NHS professions must necessarily be regulated. And there's a fear that the changes that may happen could subject staff to further moral injury as they've suffered during successive waves of the COVID-19 pandemic. So a particular concern of some campaigners are that they're raising the alarm that the boards of the integrated care systems may procure private sector provision of services, and also that private companies could be given seats on the board of ICSs, and therefore could be involved in deciding who gets what contracts. And it's also been reported that 200 firms, some of which are US-owned health insurance companies, including IBM, United Health and Palantir, are accredited to support the management of ICSs. And I'd also like to point out what privatised healthcare has brought us in the context of NHS dentistry. It's also less than 10 years since the last shake-up of the healthcare service, which was not considered a success. I mean, there are many concerns with this model. For example, it's been described that integrated care providers may be given a fixed budget under their contract. It's not clear what will happen when they run out of money if there is care provision still needed for others. It also, Health and Care Bill 2021 makes it clear that each ICS will be able to establish its own constitution, which opens up the possibility that there'll be a wide variation in the extent to which decision making is devolved to the local level. So I asked the Executive Councillor if they agree to state their commitment to oppose the ongoing privatisation of the healthcare system and to keenly watch out for any decision-making power being granted to private healthcare companies and opposed proposals that involve profit being made from healthcare. So I would, whether or not the Executive Councillor feels in that way, I would ask them kind of independently if they could report back in the interest of transparency as part of this report any privatisation of healthcare that they observe as part of their role representing the council and to engage with the local campaign group Keep Our NHS Public. Would you like me to make my 2 points separately or together? Maybe I could ask the Executive Councillor if they would wish to respond, or shall I continue?
I'll respond. Can I just point out my pronouns are she, not they? Thank you. Do you want me to respond now, Chair, to that question?
Yeah, if you could respond now,
Yeah,
that'd be great,
lovely.
thanks.
I'm a Labour councillor, Councillor Copley. I think you probably know how I feel about the NHS. Labour is the party that brought the NHS into being. It's something we, and I'm sure all of you are committed to as well, but yes, of course, I am against privatisation of the NHS. I don't think I need to say any more than that. We're not really here scrutinising the bill. I think we're here talking about the work of the City Council, so happy to answer any questions directly on that. Thank you.
And thanks, and sorry, did Graham want to come in on the earlier questions, I think, from Councillor Ashton?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly happy to organise a briefing when the dust has settled. I can invite a public health colleague to provide a briefing, so I'm sure they'll be quite happy to do that. I don't know whether Debbie or Karen could comment on the priorities. Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Graham and Chair and Councillors. Karen Jolly is the community.
Sorry,
manager.
Debbie, we can't hear you very well.
Karen Jolly is the community safety manager, and she'll be able to answer that question.
So the community safety partnership.
Sorry, Karen, we can't hear you very well.
Is this any better? Can you hear me okay now? Yeah, okay, great. So the community safety partnership plan.
Sorry, it's not very loud.
I'll speak up if that makes a difference.
A little bit, yeah.
The community safety partnership plan focuses on transformation topics, as opposed to what is the business as usual of the partnership. Domestic and sexual abuse and violence falls into our business as usual work. It's very established work within the partnership, and that is where Drinks Viking would fall into. There's been a lot of work done on Drinks Viking, which was a piece of work as part of the county's bid around the Safer Streets 3 funding, and that's where a lot of work was focused on identifying perpetrating behaviours and putting in initiatives to focus on the perpetrators, as they are the cause of the issues when it comes to domestic and sexual abuse. And that work is transitioning into and is part of now business as usual with the police and partners such as CCTV, and also partners in our nighttime economy. So that's why there isn't as strong as reference, because the plan focuses on transformation work where we need to build and add value to the existing work that's going on across the partnership.
Thanks very much. So we have a question from Councillor Hawke online. I also just wanted to say I very much support Councillor Payne's suggestion about a member briefing. You know, I think for councillors like myself, I don't really understand the full extent or the full nature of how, as a council, we interact with the ICS. So I would really welcome a briefing and sort of understand it more in the relationship. Obviously, it's not, you know, as a city council, we're sort of less involved, but I'd really like to understand it more. So I think a briefing would be really helpful. Thank you. So if Councillor Hawke wants to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, when we put forward our motion to tackle antisocial driving last year, and also asked for a budget amendment for to buy noise-sensitive cameras, at least as a trial. So we were assured, basically, we understand and we've got this. We are working on this. It is a priority. The topic was covered hugely in the media. I mean, it was in the papers. There was a 2-hour program on local radio, BBC Cambridgeshire. It was even picked up by national radio. So there's clearly a lot of even anger in the public about antisocial driving, and that apparently we can't do anything about it. And yet we are surprised and concerned that this does not appear as one of the priorities in this report, for example, under item 5. So can the Executive Councillor, can you please clarify so what level of priority this has and what you are doing together with all the agencies that have a say in this to tackle this issue, please?
I can come in on that. So our second priority is listening to communities and responding together to address harm. So where we're hearing issues from the communities, like the one that you raised, it would fall within that priority. So there are lots of things that may fall part of that. The Community Safety Partnership Plan is very high level and strategic, so we wouldn't be naming specificities of certain issues, but that's where it would sit.
Councillor Collis wants to come in as well.
I don't have anything to add to that, Chair, no.
Right. Is there any other further questions? Councillor Parr.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Yeah, I think it's the same kind of question. It's so I know e-bikes and e-scooters have come up a lot, the illegal ones, at area committees. So it's kind of how we can feed that in. I don't know whether we go direct to Councillor Collis, because I know that's come up and it was sort of like, we're going to look into it, and it sort of hasn't quite made it through to here. So I suppose it'd be really useful to kind of look at how we can feed those kind of things in. I mean, obviously, Councillor Hope's mentioned the noise cameras, but I know the e-scooters thing has been like pretty much across all area committees, so I was kind of expecting it in this, but I wasn't sure what trigger, you know, how we'd report. So I'd be grateful for your advice, Councillor Collis.
Go ahead, Councillor Collis.
Thanks. Happy for you to bring that forward to me. I agree, it's an issue. I think it's an issue that we've all heard about, and I've been having conversations with people about it today. So happy to discuss that outside the meeting.
Right, Councillor Copley.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got a short question for the officer, which was just to clarify what was the police perpetrated domestic abuse focus group that's mentioned in the report, because some of the paragraph that accompanies it is discussing about training with taxi drivers, and I just wondered if we could understand what the group was and what the outcomes were, is my first question. And my second question was regarding the Cambridgeshire and Peter Police and Crime Panel, and we have seen lots of cases in the media, including a high-profile case recently with Child Q about racism in policing. And I'd also noted that in the Black Lives Matter motion, it'd been agreed to ask the Police and Crime Commissioners to report on the Police and Crime Panel on the measures which have been put in place to limit the disproportionality of BAME people affected by the use of stop and search powers seen locally and nationally. I wondered if that where that report comes in, how often it comes back, and or if that could be part of this report going forwards. Because I'm sure we also all know here that Stop and Search is disproportionately targeted towards black residents in Cambridge when police stop and search data is broken down by race.
Just on that particular point, I was working with Helen Crothers, who was the equality officer, and she's now moved on. I think that's under her remit, so I don't know if the officer here will be able to answer, but yeah, just to say a lot of that comes under the equalities remit around data and issues like that. Yeah. Who'd like to answer it from an officer perspective? Or do you want to just, we can get a written answer from the relevant officer maybe?
We'd be happy to provide a briefing to members on the work of the Community Safety Partnership and subgroups, and how it also feeds into our representation on different county boards as well.
Great, thank you. Was that all the questions answered? Does anyone have any further questions? Councillor Copley?
I'm so sorry if I was unclear with my first bits. The first was to the officer presenting the report about the police perpetrated domestic abuse focus group.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I'm happy to have that written if that's easier, because it's quite late.
Graham, did you want to come in on that, or?
I'd have to take that one away. I'd probably back that off to Karen. But I'm sure we're happy to produce something between us and get back to you.
Great, thank you very much. So do all councillors accept the update? Yep. Does the executive councillor, Councillor Cullis, accept the update?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Graham, for the report.
Yeah, thank you so much, Graham, for waiting such a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we're moving on to our final item, which is on the review of PSPOs. So the presenting officer is Karen Jolly, Community Safety Manager. And thanks again, Karen, as well, for waiting so long this evening and being patient. And yeah, if you could introduce this item, that would be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. So the Antisocial Behaviour Crime and Policing Act gives the council's powers to make public space protection orders. We have 2 public space protection orders in place that are due to lapse this year. One is around the consumption and open carry of alcohol at Mill Road Cemetery, Petersfield Green, and the front garden of Ditchburn Place. And the second is around punt touting. Before making a decision around whether we would extend, vary, or discharge any orders, we would have to consult, and the legislation states that we would need to conduct a consultation with the Police and Crime Commissioner, local policing bodies, relevant community representatives, ward councillors, and the owners or occupiers of land. This was done for both PSPOs separately, and there was over 92% of respondents supported the extensions for the orders for Mill Road Cemetery and 94% for the punt touting. Whilst reported incidents of prohibitive behaviours for both orders have significantly decreased, community groups and councillors remain concerned about antisocial behaviour reoccurring without the PSPOs in place. So the recommendation here is to extend both of the public space protection orders for a period of 12 months. This is on the grounds of the consultation feedback highlighting concerns about antisocial behaviour reoccurring if the orders were discharged, and the evidence of lower levels of prohibitive behaviours, also taking into account the impact of COVID-19 on social life in the areas concerned, and the potential that the behaviour and antisocial behaviour may resume now that the restrictions have been lifted, and also to address the disparity between low reporting to the council and the police, and ongoing community concerns about prohibitive behaviours. And then secondly, to note that if approved, the extension period would be used to assess if there is further evidence to warrant 3-year extension, variation, or discharge of either or both of the public space protection orders.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask a question. One of the things we've kind of seen anecdotally in Romsey and in other places is sometimes people are more reluctant to report to the police because they don't seem to do anything a lot of the time. And there is that issue now with underreporting, I think, in Cambridge. So my question is, what can we do more to encourage people to report to the police, and how can we work with the police as well to make sure they're responding appropriately? And also just around the extension, are we just extending it just so that we have like the extra 12 months to collect the data to make a sort of longer term decision? Yeah, any other questions? No, if you could respond to that, Karen, that would be great.
People have the opportunity to also make reports into our antisocial behaviour team if they don't feel comfortable reporting to the police, and that's a number and an email address which is widely available and publicly available to our residents. But there is a lot that will be taking place and has already started with the police around engaging with residents to build that communication and those relationships to encourage people to report incidences. On the second point, we will be looking into communicating with our community groups and residents on their concerns during this 12 months. It will allow us to time to collect data and look into the scale of the issue now that restrictions have lifted, but it will also give us time to speak with community groups and those concerned about the range of tools that we have available to us. For example, with punt outing, there is also an injunction in place. So there are different things that we are doing as a council and with our partners to address these behaviours, and it will give us time to communicate that as well.
That's great, thank you very much. So we'll now move on to the vote. Or did Councillor Collis want to say anything first of all?
Just quickly, I did, yeah. Thank you, Karen, for that. And I feel slightly guilty that we've, on your first committee, I think, made you wait until, 20 past 10 at night? So sorry for that. I think this is really a good compromise that we're proposing here. There's a clear disparity between the low level of reporting or sort of recorded incidents to the council and the police, and then also the high level of community concern. And you can see that in the percentages of people in the consultation who wanted the orders to be retained. I do think, as I said, this is a good compromise. PSPOs aren't, as it says in the report, they aren't intended to be indefinite, and we do need to be looking beyond that. I appreciate that that is long-term work. That's not easy work to do, but I think it is important work to do as well. Also, we need to be concerned with everyone's enjoyment of spaces, and I totally take on board the comments that were made about the feelings of safety as well. That's certainly something we need to take into consideration. But I look forward to seeing what the 12 months extension, should it be granted, will bring forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the vote. Those in favour of accepting the recommendations?
Yeah, that's all, Chair.
That's great. Thank you very much. And Councillor Collis, do you accept the recommendations?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair.
That's great. So that concludes this meeting. I'd just like to say a huge thanks to all the officers. It's been a long day, a long evening, and thank you so much for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you.